Devon, how are you? It's been a crazy week for you, huh?
Yeah, it sure has. Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, when Michael Chandler says you're not here for a long time, you're here for a good time. I mean, you get a twister, and then 3 days later, you're booked to fight on a pay-per-view on a card a week after that. Like, what has the last 72 hours or so been like for you?
It's been it's it's been chill, honestly. I'm ready to get right back in there and scrap. I got into that fight and I had no damage and I'm ready to go again.
So we found out after you got the twister that Cody was out of the fight due to an injury, and yesterday we found out it was a done deal. When did this opportunity to fight Mario first come on your radar? Were you already talking to the UFC about this after your fight on Saturday?
No, I was we were actually having dinner over there at a sushi spot, and as we were having dinner, I'm looking down at my phone and I seen that Cody is out, and I was like, it'd be crazy. It's just me, just hop in there and fight this dude. And then I was like, yo, and I'm with my manager. I was like, yo, hit up Sean to see if we can take this fight. And we just sat there and watched video on Mario Bautista, and it was a done deal.
Yeah, he's quietly flying under the radar. Has put together a really nice resume, but obviously you want to go there and win. But do you feel like this is kind of a win-win for you? Like, if you get a win, it's massive, and if it goes the other way, and you at least showed the UFC you're as game as they come, and you know how much the brass loves that.
Yeah, there's no pressure in this fight whatsoever for me. I'm going in there. I'm gonna have fun, but obviously I'm going in there for the win and dominant performance.
How does this all play out? Like, what's the headline going to read?
Oh, Demond makes history. Um, TKO in the first round.
And then last thing for me, obviously a big fight in the division in the main event, Aljamain Sterling defending the title against Sean O'Malley. Putting on the analyst hat, how do you see that fight going down? Who do you think leaves Boston with the title on Saturday?
I believe Aljo has a little trouble on the feet, but sooner or later he gets the takedown, and then he dominates and probably subs him.
Damon over here, to your right. This is not a catchweight or anything either. This is a bantamweight fight, right?
Yeah, bantamweight fight.
So I guess, was there any thought in your mind about that, like to do a catchweight, or is it pretty easy for you to get down to 135 twice in 8
I think
days?
it's pretty easy. It's not I'm used to it's a difficult cut, but I'm used to it. As long as I'm disciplined, then everything goes smoothly.
Outside of like the old school tournament era of the UFC, this is the quickest turnaround that anybody's ever had. I think one other person has done the 7-day turnaround, but if you win, that's the quickest that there's been 2 consecutive wins outside of a tournament. So I guess what would that mean for you to have that UFC record in the modern era?
Oh, it'll be incredible. Making history every day.
What are the chances we see another twister attempt?
It might be there. If the opportunity presents itself, I'll definitely get a twister.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Hey, Damon, right over here to your left. To your left. Yeah, we didn't expect to see you this week. When you decided to step up, was it because Mario was the opponent, or was it you would step up no matter who it was?
Oh, it's because my opponent as well, and then just the opportunity. Because obviously, it's within a week's notice. I'm not going to take a fight that I don't believe I can win. So I believe I can dominate this guy.
In your post-fight in the Octagon interview last week, you said that you saw something specifically that you knew you were going to get the twister. Is there something in Mario that you're seeing that's going to set you up for something else, or do you even not even have time to really dig deep into film study with him?
Nah, I don't got no time. I'm just gonna go in there and I'm gonna scrap, have some fun.
And my last question, I know you just said that the weight cut is tough, but you can make it. Like, how much weight did you put on from last Friday till where you had to start cutting the weight again?
I got up to probably like 55, and then my weight kind of just simmered back down.
Is that normal?
That's normal, pretty normal.
Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Damon over here. So, what do you have to do in terms of mental preparation 2 weeks in a row? Is this like a continuation of last weekend or a whole new fight?
This is a continuation of like just my life's journey. Just being able to step in there and having different opponents. I've always fought different guys. It doesn't matter their size, skill, or what techniques they have. And like he's very similar to guys I fought before. I think he's a very similar matchup to Luan Lacerda.
And this is your 4th fight in 2023, your second in 2 weeks. Why is that important to you to stay so busy?
I like to fight. So let me fight.
And then last one from me. You start out in UFC 0-1-1. Now you're on a big 2-fight win streak, looking to make it 3. Did anything change specifically to change your success?
Um, Me switching down and going down to Miami, and I've been grinding and working hard, staying disciplined.
Damon over here to your left. Given the whirlwind that this week has been for you, how are you able to stay so cool, calm, and collected?
Just stay focus on the prize, and that's me going in there and dominating and winning.
And with the championship this weekend, and also a big fight between Pedro Munhoz and Chito Vera, what do you think a win would do for momentum being on this pay-per-view for yourself?
I think it puts my name in everybody's radar, and it gets me a lot of respect.
Thank you. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you. Shit.
Mario over here, right in the back. Big fight week for you, but obviously not the opponent you initially signed up for. Find out Saturday that Cody Garbrandt is injured and out of the fight. When did you find out Cody wasn't going to be able to compete, and how did you react to it, knowing Cody's name, being a former world champ, and that opportunity?
I think it was Saturday morning, and put him in the rear view and focus on what was ahead. And we were waiting for a new opponent, which I found out. I think it was Monday night before I took off, and that was about it. Same process though. Going to go out there and fight.
How important was it for you to stay on this card? You're preparing for this big fight with this big name, and you have to switch things up relatively quickly. Did it matter who it was? Just give me anybody at this point? Was that your mindset?
Pretty much. The only thing I wanted was to remain on the main card if possible, to keep the eyes on me. It was going to be a great fight with Cody, so that's all I was looking for. I just wanted to have some eyes on me and have a great opponent. And, Blackshear does have a little bit of shine from his past performance, so it worked out.
So this is going to be on the main card still?
I believe so, from what I've seen. So.
Okay. Is this fight with Cody something you hope to get back after this one, or do you feel like the ship has sailed on that idea if you get through Damon on Saturday?
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think Cody's in the rear view. A win over Blackshear, puts me in the top 15, and that's not where Cody's at, and I'm looking to move forward.
You're on a great run right now, 4 wins in a row. You're 6-1 in your last 7. You're quietly putting together one of the best resumes in this division, and you've sort of just been an under the radar guy. But are you ready to be out of the under radar, go above the radar, sort of break through because of the success you've been having?
Yeah, especially after these past 3 performances, 3 first-round finishes. That's something hard to do in the UFC. So, definitely want to get some recognition and move up the ladder a little bit faster.
What do you think about Damon taking this fight on 7 days' notice, coming off of the twister? We've only seen 3 of those in the history of the UFC.
Yeah, as far as his performance, it was great. A twister, that's something very rare, but, he has to cut weight twice. We'll see how he deals with that. And I'm just, going to focus on myself and get the job done.
And last thing, Sean O'Malley, your longtime teammate over the lab, getting ready to fight for the bantamweight title against Aljamain Sterling. Should Sean win, what do you think the division looks like moving forward as you're climbing the ranks? And do you feel like Sean's going to get it done? And if so, how?
Yeah, I mean, I could see Sean getting it done with, we all know he's great with his hands, knockout. I think he could surprise him with submission as well. So that's something to look at. And as far as the division, who knows? Maybe Aljo moves up. Maybe, depending on Cheeto, maybe that's a matchup for Sean. So we'll see. And Marab's there as well. So we'll see how things pan out.
Mario, over here to your right, kind of going off of that, as somebody that's known Sean for a while, before he was this superstar in the UFC, can you kind of peel back the curtain as to what he's like, maybe outside of the public eye, like what kind of teammate he is, and just being there to witness this rise? What's it been like for you?
I think behind the scenes, like what everyone doesn't see, he's actually, pretty humble, still a funny guy in the gym. But when it comes down to work and to do, what he needs to do as far as like rounds and, training, he's a very hard worker, and, he does what he's supposed to.
And I guess, can you just talk a little bit more about the training environment at the lab? Because obviously, it's not necessarily the worst problem to have that you're rising. He's on the verge of a title. So kind of an iron sharpens iron environment.
Yeah, especially the 35 crew there at the MMA lab. Kyler Phillips just won, Marcus McGee. I'm up next, Sean. So we got, a group of 35ers there. So we all feed off each other, and we all make each other better.
Speaking of Damon's twister, I mean, how much is that something that you even consider? Like, is that such an anomaly that it's not something that you have to like prepare for in terms of like, maybe trying to figure out defense for it? Like, do you feel like that's not really something you have to worry about, or is that something, since you saw on Saturday, like you've been actively preparing for?
No, it's definitely something you gotta work on. And I've been like having a refresher on it, and it's something you gotta stop really early on, because if you're already deep in it, it's kind of hard to fight out of. So I'm definitely gonna be paying attention to that, because I don't want to be number 4. So
Mario, over here to your left. Obviously, when Cody dropped out, I'm sure the UFC matchmakers were kind of rushing. Did they offer you any other names, or was Damon the first name that came along? And if they did offer you other names, why did you pick Damon?
Excuse me. Damon, I mean, obviously said something. I think later on that night after he won, said that he would take the fight. So we're waiting on different options. But from what I heard, Damon was the only one that was going to take it. So
Uh, Obviously, he's got to cut weight twice in a week. Is there any worry that he won't make weight? And if he does, if he doesn't make weight, like, is there a plan in place? Are you just gonna accept it, or is there like a certain if he's this far over, I'm not accepting it?
well, if he's that far over, I mean, that'd be up to the commission. But as if he doesn't make weight, I'm just taking 20%.
And my last question, obviously you're moving up the rankings and everything. What does the win over a guy like him do for someone who's kind of already more established than him?
I just continue to prove that I belong in the top 15. And if I think I belong in the top 15, I should be able to beat this guy.
Good luck to you.
Mario over here. So, how big a stylistic change up is it from Cody to Damon?
It's a pretty big one. Cody's a little bit faster on the feet. I think he'd move around a little bit more, and Blackshear will come forward a little bit taller. But I've had like pretty good experiences with taller fighters. Fighting Benito Lopez. I'm just looking back at that camp and the success I've had in that camp early on. So it was an easy adjustment for me.
And does that Cody fight still fit into your climb to the top? Is that a fight you still want?
Depending on Cody's injury or whatever happened, I'm not sure, but I'm not going to be waiting around for him. Like I said, I'm going to continue to move forward, and if it happens in the future, then it happens.
Mario, over here to your left. The process of switching opponents, you said you found out Monday night. What kind of toll does that take mentally, especially wanting to stay on a big card like this?
I was pretty bummed out about not having the fight with Cody. That's what I really wanted. I spent 6 hard weeks mentally preparing to fight Cody, a former champion. So, but like I said, I just got over it quickly and moved on, and that's what you got to do in this fight game.
With 3 straight submission first-round victories, what is your confidence level like, and what does a win on Saturday night do for your confidence going forward? Mentioning the top 15 spot there.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. Like I said, getting 3 first-round finishes is pretty hard to do, and once I get in there, I really trust myself and what I'm capable of. So it's going to be no different Saturday.
Thank you. Good luck.
What's up, son?
Bro, what's up, bro? Desceu? Tá com frio?
Tá dando, tá dando.
She felt the cold as soon as she walked in.
Amanda, welcome back to Fight Week. First fight week competing for a UFC world title. What's going through your mind right now with this being a title fight? Does this feel different compared to most other fight weeks?
Amanda, bem-vinda. Mais uma semana de luta. Dessa vez, uma primeira vez competindo por um cinturão. Diferente de todas as outras vezes que você fez, o que difere para você? Uma semana de luta como essa tão importante?
Todas as lutas que eu fiz, eu fiz imaginando lutando com a campeã. Então, para mim, tá tranquilo. Tô com a minha cabeça boa, tô bem, tô forte e focada para trazer o cinturão.
Every fight I've had, I've always imagined that I was actually fighting a champion. So I'm in a good place. My head is in a good place, and I'm ready to bring a belt in.
This is a really interesting matchup in a lot of ways. And with the main event having so much heat on it, it almost feels like this fight is flying under the radar a little bit. Have you noticed that as well? And do you feel like you, as the challenger, are flying under the radar?
É um casamento muito bacana. É uma luta que promete muito. Mas por conta do fato do evento principal ser tão estelar e tão espetacular, e as pessoas estão dando tanta atenção para ele, a impressão que está se passando é que, e hoje gostaria de saber de você, você acha que meio que o pessoal não tá se tocando, que realmente a luta que vem antes do principal é braba, e você acha que isso tem a ver também com quem está desafiando? Você acha que estão subestimando assim, o que essa luta pode trazer para a gente?
Com certeza, né? O público pode não estar falando agora, mas com certeza nossa luta vai ser a luta da noite. Vai ser uma guerra e vai ser histórica.
Surely, and people may not be talking about it now, but they will be talking about it afterwards because it's going to be a war and it's going to be historic.
Zhang has looked really good, especially in her last fight with Carla to regain the title. A lot of people feel like she's peaking right now and that she's in the prime of her career. Do you agree with that? Have you been impressed with what she's been able to do over these last couple of fights?
A Zhang Weili vem muito forte, especialmente na última luta dela contra a Carla Esparza, e muita gente fala que ela chegou naquele topo da carreira, no ápice da carreira dela, que ela vem fortíssima. É assim que você vê ela, no topo da carreira, da melhor forma que ela vem e trazendo um desafio para você?
Com certeza, a Weili é uma atleta completa, forte, mas eu me sinto muito mais forte. E eu vou mostrar sábado quem é a nova campeã da categoria.
Surely, Weili is coming very strong, a complete athlete, and again, very strong coming up, but I'm going to show that I'm stronger, and on Saturday, I'm going to show who is actually the strongest in the division.
If you are able to get this win, you get the job done, Dana White wraps that title around your waist on Saturday night, what will that moment mean to you? Have you allowed yourself to picture what that's going to feel like?
Você ganha no sábado, o Dana chega lá em cima, coloca o cinturão em volta da tua cintura, o cinturão é teu, você é campeão. Você se permitiu visualizar esse momento e o que passa na tua cabeça em relação a isso? Como é que seria esse momento para você?
É só o que eu vejo na minha cabeça. É só o que eu vejo na minha cabeça, é o cinturão na minha cintura. Eu levanto esse cinturão para minha família, para o meu time, para o Brasil inteiro.
That's all I have in my head. Having that belt around my waist, taking it back to my family, taking it back to my team, to Brazil. That's the only thing that's on my head.
And then last thing for me, you and Zhang will be setting the table for the main event between Aljamain Sterling and Sean O'Malley. Curious to get your thoughts on who do you think wins that fight? Do you think it's Aljo or Sean?
Última pergunta dele. Vocês vão colocar fogo na lenha para a próxima luta e vão deixar o pessoal prontinho para uma luta entre o Aljamain Sterling e o Sean O'Malley. Curioso para saber, você tem um palpite na luta do evento principal?
O Sterling. Acredito que ele ganhe.
Sterling, I believe he can win. You want more?
Amanda. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Amanda, to your left over there. When we talk about the division right now, a lot of people are talking about Weili facing Yan Xiaonan for a China-China matchup. They're talking about undefeated Tatiana Suarez. Not a lot of people are talking about you. Do you feel like, besides the fight being overlooked, but you specifically are being overlooked, and that's going to help you shock the world?
Voltando um pouco e dando mais ênfase naquela parte da pergunta dele anterior, muita gente fala, obviamente, da Weili pelo que ela tem feito, fala de lutar contra a Xiaonan seria China contra China, fala na Tatiana Suarez porque ela vem invicta, falam de todo esse tipo de casamento de luta e não falam de você. E você acha que realmente o pessoal não está prestando atenção e isso dá mais motivação e dá mais lenha para você chocar o mundo no sábado?
Com certeza. Quanto mais eles me esquecem, mais eu fico motivada. E mais tô preparada para ganhar esse título. E aí, sábado, eles vão se dar conta de quem é Amanda Lemos.
Surely they are. The more they forget, the more motivation I have to go out there and get the title. And Saturday, they will know who Amanda Lemos is.
Part of your story is, it wasn't that long ago, she was a taxi driver, and now she's fighting for the world champion. Just reflect on what that's going to do for her when she thinks about the journey from then to now.
Parte da tua história é que não faz muito tempo você estava dirigindo, você estava de motorista. E agora você está aqui onde você está. Você poderia falar pra gente dessa tua trajetória a chegar de onde você estava para onde você está hoje?
A minha história, chegar até aqui é um filme. E aí, se eu falar da minha história aqui, vai ser uns dias aí para contar. Mas sabendo que eu vou disputar o cinturão e vou ser a campeã da categoria, me faz ver que tudo que eu passei lá atrás, todo o sofrimento, todos os perrengues que eu passei, valeu a pena. E aí eu vou ter história para contar.
The story of my life, everything that I've been through, is like a movie. It would take me days for me to go through everything it's actually to tell you the entire story. But the fact that I'm here, the fact that I'm fighting for a belt, and I'm going to be a champion, it makes me see that everything was worth it. And then I'll have a lot of stories to tell.
And my last question, when we break down the main event, it's a pretty simple breakdown. It's usually people talking about Sterling's grappling versus O'Malley's striking. Mm-hmm. But in this case, they're both kind of known for their striking and their grappling. So does she see one area where she says, if it's a brawl, I'm going to win, or if it's a ground fight, I'm going to win? Is it one area she thinks she has a bigger advantage?
Minha última pergunta. Quando a gente olha para o evento principal, a gente sabe que existe uma característica marcante de cada um dos lutadores e uma vantagem. A gente tem o wrestling do Sterling e a gente tem a trocação do O'Malley. No caso de vocês são boas na trocação e vocês são boas no chão. Você vê vantagem em algum aspecto dessa luta mais do que ela? Que você fala assim, não, para mim, a minha vantagem é essa.
Eu tenho vantagens em todas as áreas. Eu estou vindo para essa luta bem completa, bem focada e bem mais forte. Uma Amanda diferente de todas as outras lutas. Então, acredito que isso vai ser fundamental assim, para eu ganhar esse cinturão.
Ser diferente, você diz?
Sim.
Ser diferente. Sim. Just wanted to clarify something. I believe I have advantages across the board in all areas. And I think you're going to see a different Amanda that you have seen in the past. And I think that is my advantage. And I asked specifically, is it the fact that you're going to be different than you were? She said, yes, the difference, being different than what I've done in the past.
Over here, Amanda. So even though it's just a fight night and not a pay-per-view, could Sao Paulo card on November 4th be a potential first title defense, or at least just you getting on that card for a fight?
mesmo sendo uma Fight Night, 4 de novembro, São Paulo. Você ganha o título aqui. É uma defesa em potencial de cinturão lá?
Eu tô no UFC para trabalhar. Eu quero trabalhar. Então, se eu estiver bem, se eu não me lesionar, com certeza eu vou querer lutar logo. Não vou querer, como muitos fazem aí, ganhar o cinturão e deixo guardado um tempão, deixando a categoria parada. Comigo, não. Comigo é só marcar que eu tô dentro.
I'm in the UFC to work. If I win this fight, I'm feeling good. I'm not injured in any way. I'm ready to go. All I have to do is tell me who I'm fighting. I'm doing it. I want to be someone that's very active, and getting that belt, I want to continue to fight. Unlike some people that just want to keep that belt there, and just they end up leaving the entire division stagnant for a while. All you have to do is set it up, and I'm in.
And last one for me, just speaking about former champions, I just wanted to know your thoughts on Aljamain Sterling moving up to flyweight, and is that a fight you wish that you could have had or maybe still want someday?
Minha última pergunta é só pelo fato de você estar agora lutando por um cinturão e passando por essa experiência, qual que é a tua visão do fato de que a Aljamain mudou de categoria agora, está na outra divisão, e você acha que essa é uma luta que você poderia ter tido também?
Com certeza, eu me imaginei lutando com todas da categoria. Então, com ela também. E é isso. Eu sempre entrei no UFC, eu sabia que eu ia passar por todas. Imaginei que eu fosse passar por todas, né? Ela era uma luta que eu esperava, que eu queria. Eu acho que também seria um casamento bom. Mas eu tô com a minha disputa de cinturão. Você é campeã e ela mudou para a categoria de cima, que acredito que ela vai se dar bem. E é isso.
I've visualized that fight many times. I saw myself fighting against every girl in the division. There'll be a great fight, and I just picked myself beating them all. I mean, she was a great champion, and now she's just moving on to a different division, which I think she's going to do really well. And that's that now. From now on, she's there.
Amanda, over here. Bem-vinda, prazer. Well, considering you're fighting one of the most dominant people in the division, and Zhang has been outstanding. She has a lot of finishes before the final bell. You, being yourself a great finisher as well, having finished most of your fights before the final bell, do you envision this as an all-out brawl from the beginning, or do you think that the longer the fight goes on, the better your chances of winning it?
Você enfrentando uma Zhang Weili que é sempre agressiva, que vai para frente, que finaliza muita luta. Você sendo uma pessoa agressiva, também que faz a mesma coisa, que finaliza muita luta, você vê essa luta sendo uma briga, porrada mesmo, pau vai estancar, vocês duas vão para porrada, ou você acha que as suas chances de ganhar essa luta melhoram à medida que essa luta vai progredindo e vai se delongando mais?
Eu acredito que a parte de trocação vai ser inevitável pelas duas ser agressiva, mas eu acredito que no decorrer da luta, vai se desenvolver outras áreas e eu acredito que vai ser uma luta completa, muito dinâmica, em cima, embaixo, e trocação, e acredito que seja assim.
I believe that striking is inevitable because of the style of fighting. They're both two very aggressive fighters that are going to go at it. I think that inevitably at one point we're actually going to go down to the ground and we're going to showcase a lot of other areas. I think it's going to be a very complete fight. And you're going to see, high and low. We're going to see up and down, and that's how I feel that the fight's going to go.
Amanda, you talked about your career so far and your life so far being like a movie, being like a film. Considering that arguably the greatest women's fighter ever is also a Brazilian athlete, also named Amanda, like Amanda Nunes, do you see yourself, if you win this fight, having the chance of getting a career as as big and as historic as hers?
Você mencionou que a tua vida e carreira é um filme. Considerando que a maior atleta do MMA feminino, um dos maiores atletas da história, acaba de se aposentar. Também é brasileira. Também se chama Amanda. Você acha que você também tem chance de, seguindo esse espaço e continuando a fazer o que você está fazendo, de ser tão histórica e ter uma carreira tão histórica quanto a dela?
Com certeza, eu treino para isso e eu me vejo assim. Se eu não me visse num patamar maior, no ápice da minha carreira, eu nem estaria treinando. Então, eu treino, eu luto para ser a melhor, sempre.
I train for that. If I didn't see myself getting to another echelon, to another level in my career, I wouldn't even be training. If I didn't see myself actually getting to those peaks, I wouldn't be training. I see myself getting to that level as well.
Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Pedro, back here.
Hey, what's up?
Big week for you. Opportunity knocked, and you answered the door after Henry Cejudo was injured. What has the build to this one been like heading into Saturday, getting ready to fight Marlon Vera?
Oh, it's a lot of expectation going to the fight. Just got back in training right after my last fight. It was April, somewhere in the middle of April. I was training, and when I got a call from Sean to replace Cejudo 6 weeks in advance, I
See a card, and not only that, it's a big card for the bantamweight division with the title on the line in the main event. How much more important does it make a fight like this in your mind, knowing that you have a chance to set the table, so to speak, for the title fight?
Yeah, all my fights speak for themselves. It's really important to also showcase that I'm still here strong. All my preview fights he spoke for himself, and this is not a different one. It's the type of fight that it's gonna be a lot of eyes on us. Even though the better like that, right? It's gonna be a lot of eyes on us. It's a big card, a bantamweight title. It's gonna be displayed on that night, and I believe like an impressive victory over Cheeto is gonna even push me forward towards the goal. So let's see.
Marlon's had a good run. He's coming off the tough loss to Corey Sandhagen. He hits really hard, super durable, much like yourself. Doesn't get finished really ever. This matchup just screams fun. It just screams a dogfight. Is that how you view this as well? That you two are just going to go in there and just kind of
For
beat the
sure.
brakes out of each other?
For sure, just like that. We have probably the same amount of fights in UFC. We are like the most bantamweight fights that we have in the division. It's Marlon, it's Cheeto, and myself. Very durable guy. I don't think he never been finished one of his fights. So myself too, I never been knocked out or finished in none of my fights. We both like to go and exchange and and bring like some type of like a dog fight, which nowadays a lot of people try to fight and play more safe. Cheeto and I, we are like don't give a fuck. We just go for war.
A win here puts you in a good spot. And if Sean O'Malley beats Aljamain Sterling, and even if he doesn't, you guys got in there last year. You and Sean, the eye poke happened after you had a really good first round, and then there's some unfinished business there for sure. Is there a part of you that hopes Sean gets it done so that you can try to finish that business with the stakes as high as they could possibly be?
Actually, a part of me want to fuck him up in a hotel, but the other part of me, as a father, a husband, and a believer, say no, don't do that. You're gonna get it yourself some way. I'm kidding. So it's definitely we're professionals, I know he does that too. Um, it is what it is. I'm not the guy that I sell my soul to the devil, so I can get more followers, sponsor, or money. But nobody's supposed to be like each other, and he has his ways of doing things. I have my way of doing things, even though it's a fight that I'm looking forward to see it. Sterling, really good wrestling, grappling background. Sean Malley, long reach, precision, knockout power. So it's definitely a fight that it's gonna be really good for the bantamweight division.
Who wins?
I think Sterling.
Pedro, hello over here. Well, you guys, he already said it in some kind of way. Is there? I mean, Cheeto's probably the most similar fighter to you that you could have gotten. You're both very durable. You're both really hard hitters. Both of you have finished most of your fights before the final bell. You won most of your fights, not by decision, but either by knockout or by submission. Do you see this as being a fight that's going to give fireworks like since the beginning, or have you planned anything different? Have you strategized differently in order to not give Cheeto the fight that he probably wants?
The funny thing is, I always plan, and my coach is like, no, let's start like this, and then I do that. Let's be more strategic, and then I ended up, the bell rings, and then I just go for the bra. It's I think it's more part of my spirit, the warrior, the inside of me that like to go there and get business done quick. Even though some of my fights doesn't I don't get the finish. We are in the organization that we're fighting the best fighters in the world. But my strategy, my main goal is always to finish my opponents, no matter if it's a knockout or submission. Um, and I don't see this fight going in another direction. I'm gonna just push the button, press forward, and try to get the finish.
Considering Cheeto was a top 4 fighter not more than a few months ago, and you're of course replacing a top fighter himself in Henry Cejudo, how big of an opportunity is this for you to get in the spotlight? Probably go up and rank a few places, especially considering that Aljo said this is probably his last fight at bantamweight, and that's definitely going to shake up the division.
Yeah, let's see. So they they need to fight first, to see what's gonna hold for the future in that division. I'm focused only on my next fight Saturday night. And what was your other question? Sorry.
How big of an opportunity is this for you, considering you're fighting a guy who was top 4?
Oh, it's a great opportunity. Sean contacted us 6 weeks prior. I didn't even think twice. It's a big opportunity, a big fight, and that's what the type of fights that I like to be. And I'm never gonna walk away from a good fight.
Thank you.
Pedro, over to your left. You mentioned that you and Cheeto have both been top contenders in the division for a really long time. You guys haven't faced each other. How long has he been on your radar? Because I'm assuming you probably knew that this day was going to come.
100%, 100%. Cheeto and I, we fought same card many times in Brazil, in Vegas, in LA, and we have the similar style in some ways and a little bit different in other ways. Even though we were going to winning a lot of fights and then lose some, we were always next to each other on the rankings. And then something that I always thought that the possibility of us fighting would be big.
His last fight, Sandhagen kind of dominated that fight. Do you look at that fight at all and kind of have maybe a blueprint or something that you want to follow, saying, "Hey, if I do the same thing, I'll win the same way"?
Yeah, I don't think it works in this way. It's not like a math formula that if we do the same thing that the other fighter did to be Cheeto is gonna work. I don't think MMA is like that. Every fight is different. Every minute in the fight is different. Say Hanga has a little bit different style than I do. Um, so I watch that fight. Something that I don't watch in many of my opponent's fights, but that was one of the fights that I wanted to see it just as a curiosity.
And my last question is: we already mentioned the main event is in your weight class, where things have happened before, where things happened the week of the fight. Any chance you purposely weigh in at 135 in case something weird happens?
I could, I don't see that happening. Cheeto is a professional guy. We always make weight.
I was
But
thinking more of something happens in the main event.
I'm a professional, and if UFC say, "Oh, something here and change," and we have to adapt, I will be able to adapt and to do whatever it takes.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Pedro, right here. Just obviously you had the fight with Sean O'Malley and it ended prematurely, unfortunately. But what were some of your biggest takeaways, I guess, from his style, his fighting? Like when you got in the cage with him, just what were your takeaways from what he can do in there?
Besides his bitch ass hand open all the time in front of my face, he's pretty good. Has a good length. He was kind of like surprised the way that I was pressing him and not getting hit. The leg kicks, the high kicks, the pressure, and I believe like I won the first round. Second one, and I didn't see the scorecards, anything like that. But besides all the immature stuff that he does on the internet, he's a good fighter, and if I get the opportunity to fight him again, I don't see why not.
And obviously, but from your fight to the Peter Yan fight, did you see him improve? Like, did you notice anything? Have you looked at that tape at all?
Yeah, even though I thought that he lost that fight, he impressed me on his skills. He's pretty tough and getting better every single fight.
Thanks, Pedro.
Austin, you made it, man.
I made it.
And some people don't know about the sacrifices you and your family made to get to this spot on Saturday, and knowing everything you went through, the thoughts in your mind before you got cast about whether or not you're even going to be a part of the show, to be one win away from getting back in. What is this moment? What is this fight week like for you?
Yeah, it's incredible. Very excited to be here in this position. You know, the last 2 years have been rough to say the least, and to have this opportunity and then make the best of it. And you know, I'm right on the doorstep of finishing off and winning the whole thing. So I'm excited.
Even just the emotional toll that the season can take on you, like being away from your family, having to make weight twice and win twice, and then fight one of the closest people on your team to even earn the spot in the finale. Can you describe what this whole experience was like in the house as a competitor?
Yeah, it's such a crazy experience. It's unlike any fight experience I've ever, gone through. Being away, cut off from the world, and then living in a house of random people you don't know, and just not being allowed to leave or do anything, have any form of entertainment or anything like that. It's just such a different fight experience, and it's you really can't fully grasp what it's like till you go through it, and it's crazy, but it helps you grow in the end. So it's cool.
What has been sort of your family's reaction to all of this now that they've seen that you made it to the final? You couldn't keep it all inside anymore.
Yeah.
They saw the results. Like, what was their reaction to all of it?
Everyone's really excited, and it's funny every episode. Like everyone's like, "Man, I can't believe you're on TV." It's really surreal. It's I don't know. It's crazy.
You get Kurt Holobaugh, who has had two absolutely insane fights on the show, the comeback win over Lee Hammond, and then that just ridiculous fight with Jason Knight. What do you think of the matchup with Kurt, and what have you made of what he did on the show in these two insane fights he had?
Yeah, I mean, he's in a similar boat as me. Really, all the veterans were, we're all fighting to make our way back, and he that big over our come behind win in his first fight, and then the great performance he put in his second fight. I know he's gonna bring a great fight to me in this finale, and I think it's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to it.
Obviously, Kurt wants to get back into the UFC just like yourself. He's put in the work, still looking for his first official UFC win. But considering all these hurdles that you had to jump over mentally before and during the show, physically and in between, what will this moment mean to you? And do you feel like you want and need this more than he does?
It's always hard to say what you feel is more important, bigger than what another person might feel, because I'm sure it's important to them as well. So at the end of the day, I think it comes down to being who's the better athlete, who's more prepared physically, mentally. And obviously, wanting it more is a thing too, but I'm sure he wants it also. So, it comes down to that thin line, that who's really going to go get it. So I'm prepared for that.
And then last thing for me, the main event, Aljamain Sterling versus Sean O'Malley. They battle for the bantamweight title. Who do you think wins and how?
I think Sterling wins. I think, is a much stronger grappler. Not to say O'Malley isn't capable. He definitely is. His striking is always on point. And every time I kind of think he's going to lose a fight, he comes out and looks really good. So I think it'll be a very interesting fight, very entertaining fight. I do think Sterling's going to win that, though. He's looked, really good and really on point everywhere his last few fights. So I think he'll shine through for that.
Austin, over here to your right. Your fight against Rowe on the show, on the episode, Dana kind of had some fairly harsh words about the fight itself. I guess, what was the learning lesson for you to kind of take away? You won, so that's obviously great, but was there anything from hearing what he said that you could take away from to improve going forward?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's important to make the boss happy. I personally thought it was a very tactical, technical fight. I get the criticism. You got to take the good with the bad, and I definitely heard what he said, and I'm trying to grow from that and expand on that and make sure he'll be happy with my performance in this final.
And some of the things that were said on that show and just talking to some of your other cast members, it seemed like maybe the thought was that you and Ro had obviously trained together quite a bit and that
Yeah.
there was a lot of respect between you guys knowing each other's abilities. So was that part of what was going on that night, you think?
Yeah, I think that's a big part. Like we were literally main training partners through this whole process. We were bunk mates through this whole process. And on top of that, I mean, he's a very good fighter, and I feel like I'm a very good fighter. It's not always easy just to go out there and finish the guy. Like obviously, I want to finish him. I don't want to be in here getting hit and kicked, and I want to get out as soon as possible. But realistically, fights don't always go that way. Um, yeah,
You have a pretty good opportunity here to kind of put that into practice because you're fighting Kurt. So I guess how do you channel that and kind of change things for this fight? Because I'm assuming you and Kurt were fairly
Yeah.
friendly and went together as well.
yeah, absolutely, we were. I taking some advice from the boss and just making sure I bring the aggression I best I can. And it also helps that we didn't have to train together all camp long, and we've been in our home gyms and away from each other, not living together, seeing each other every day at home and in practice and things along that line. So yeah.
Austin, over here to your left. Kurt was in there earlier, and he said that when he trained with guys in the house, he purposely wouldn't show everything and almost would want to pretend he had certain weaknesses that isn't there. Two questions: did you do the same? And what weaknesses do you see based on the training?
Yeah, I'm not. I could see that. I think he, uh, held back a little bit in training because obviously he looked really good as his second fight. I always train hard. In my mind, I didn't care who was watching because they have to go out there and try beating me at the end of the day. So take your notes, watch what you want to watch, do what you want to do. I'm still gonna do the best that I can at all times and be as prepared as I can at all times. And you gotta try come and taking it from me. So I'm confident in what I can do. So yeah, I didn't really care to do that in practice. But matchup wise, I think it'll be a fun fight. He's obviously a good striker. He's a black belt jiu-jitsu guy. I do feel like I have a little bit more of a athletic edge and a more scramble ability and movement on the ground that could give him problems in this matchup. But I think overall it's gonna be a really fun fight.
Another thing he said, when you get in the house, you size up everybody. I'm assuming you did the same thing. When you did that, was Holobaugh the person you expected to see in the finals now?
No, honestly, I thought Ro and I were gonna be in the finals. I felt like, and I'm not taking anything away from any of the other competitors. They're all very good. I just felt like him and I were kind of the top two. In that they would have put us on opposite sides and give us the chance to meet in the finals. But that's not the way it worked out. And you know, Kurt's good. He deserves to be here as well, just like any of them. It could have been here. So yeah.
And my last question, one of the themes of this show was, second chances. Guys, half the guys already been in the UFC. What are you doing? Or what did you learn from the first stint that's going to make you more successful in the second stint in the UFC?
Yeah. So the first time around, I felt like I held a lot of pressure onto myself, and it kind of hindered me a little bit. I feel like people look at me as a slow starter, and I think that was due to the pressure I put on myself, and that does kind of make you a slow starter a little bit. And I feel like I've gotten over that, and I'm just a completely different person than who I was 2 years ago when I was last in the UFC. Through everything that I've gone through in my personal life, as well as learning and growing from the first stint, and then the time away and everything else. I just feel like I can put everything together how I need to, and I'm ready to make what I wanted the first time around, the second time around that. So, yeah.
Hey, Austin, over here. So I just want to know, what was it like to watch Kurt and Jason fight in person? Because on TV, it was one of the most like brutal fights ever. There was no commentary, no crowd noise, no coaching. So what was it like to be there in person, front row?
Yeah, man. Kurt was cracking him. I was like, man, you better move your head or something. Um, it was a great fight. I'm not gonna lie. I was surprised by his performance. He did such a great job. Jason's tough, Kurt's tough, and I thought it was gonna be a little bit more back and forth, and Kurt just took that over and dominated. To his credit. So, yeah, it was a good performance by him for sure.
And then how excited are you to have your corner back? And who made the trip with you? Who's going to be in the corner?
Yeah, I'm very excited. And Vinny Lopez and Cody Donovan. Neil Magny was going to be in my corner, but he's fighting on the card now. He says he's still going to come out and corner me. So it'll be fun. I'm excited.
And then last one from me, Brad or Cody? Who do you got in the bantamweight final?
They're both talented. I am leaning towards Cody though. I think he has the attributes, his length and his size, I think will give Brad some troubles. And I don't know, I just feel like he's just a little better. But they're both good. It'll be a good fight.
Ian,
How are we, guys? You good?
doing good, man.
How's things?
Fight week in Boston. Some changes to all of this, but you don't seem too concerned about that. But big fight on a big card. How are you thinking about things with this fight? New opponent, just a few days away.
This is the thing with the fight game. It's infuriating at times. When you look at the welterweight division, you've had three fights pull out in the last couple of weeks. You've had Jeff Neal pull out. You've had one of the boys' opponent, Michel Pereira, pull out, and you've had Sean Brady pull out. It's part of the fight game. It's infuriating. It's upsetting for the fans because the fans initially buy into something and then it doesn't happen. And look, I'm upset with the change of opponent because I wanted to finish Jeff Neal the way I knew I was going to finish him. I feel like the fans deserve that finish. Now I've got another guy, number 11 in the world. I'm still going to go out there and finish him. I'm still going to go out there and do it in a beautiful, spectacular fashion. But I feel like the fans are being robbed of something that they were excited about.
And I mean, this is the fight you wanted from Jump Streets. It's the D-Rod fight. And you posted that video that Jeff was out of the fight and you were disappointed. But then you were able to sort of tap into this good karma, this good juju with this whole, you know what? I might just get the name that I wanted in the first place. Where does that belief for you come from that things are just going to come up Ian Machado Garry in these situations?
You've just got to operate in full faith, do you, and let the world work itself around you. At the end of the day, all I have to do is show up. It doesn't matter who is in that octagon against me or where it is. As long as I show up and do what I do best, there's no one that can beat me.
Were there any other names presented to you besides Neal?
Not that I know of. I sent a list of names. I'm not going to tell you the list of names I sent, but I sent a rake of names to the guys. I was like, make these happen. Make one of them happen. Neal was obviously one of them, purely on the basis of he was the guy I called out in the first place. I wouldn't be upset about the Jeff Neal fight if they had given me Neil Magny then Jeff Neal, but I'm upset about it because they gave me Jeff Neal. Now it's going backwards. So I was ready for 8 in the world. I was excited to be 8 in the world. Now I'm fighting 11 in the world. I'm still excited because at the end of the day, this breaks me into the top 10.
Both these fights obviously present different challenges. Do you
Yes.
feel like Neal is the tougher opponent, or do you feel like Jeff was sort of the tougher one?
No, they literally, they're both irrelevant at the end of the day. The fact that I'm in that octagon is what's exciting. The truth is, they couldn't be more polar opposite. I was getting ready for a 5'10", stocky southpaw power puncher to now fighting a long, lanky, rangy, awkward, clinchy orthodox. They couldn't get more different. But when I show up on Saturday night and I absolutely manhandle and manipulate Neil Magny to do whatever I please, he's going to be in here. And I'm going to do with him as I please because I'm that good. You'll see that I actually don't need that much time to get ready for a fight.
Last thing for me, this may be shocking to you, Ian, but you got the fans talking. You confidently said something that riled some people up.
Good.
You said earlier this week, I believe that I am carrying this 292 card on my back, and that if it wasn't for me, this card would go down the drain. What do you say to those people who think you're crazy for saying that?
Who in good fuck is waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning in Europe, or the rest of the world for that matter, to watch Aljamain Sterling and Sean O'Malley? They're waiting up for me. I can promise you that. They're waking up for me. They're staying there. They're tuning in for me because I'm a superstar in Europe. I've got an Irish nation behind me and a Brazilian nation behind me now. And I'm excited to go out there and show that I am a superstar.
Ian, outside this card, it's also been a big week for you in the business world. You
Yes,
signed with
sir.
Better and Jake Paul. How did that deal come about?
2 young men taking over the world of combat sports in very different ways, and 2 people who like to be disruptive, 2 people who have a good social media mindset. I'm building a team behind me because I want fans, I want supporters, I want people who pay money, who watch, who sit down and take the time out of their lives to watch what we do. I want them to feel like they know everything about me and my life because of my social media. It's a privilege that we have nowadays to have social media and to be able to pull out a phone, go on Instagram and say, what is Ian Machado Garry doing in this world? What is X doing in this world? And I believe that everybody is talking about Jake Paul because he's making all the right decisions when it comes to media and marketing, and he's a phenomenal promoter of himself. So yeah, we're going to work together and make some cool content.
Was there any conflict in signing the dotted line, knowing his relationship with your idol Conor McGregor, and maybe like, oh, I don't want to pick one over the other or anything like that?
If they have beef, that's between them. I'm an adult. I can have friends who don't like each other.
How many people have asked you to set them up a fight with that Derek guy who works for Better?
I told him when I seen him as a joke, because I knew he was going to maybe start mouthing off. I said to him, don't you start coming looking at fucking me now. If you want to go, I'll do it now, and we'll do it in that ring. There's a ring right there. We can do it right here. And he's like, no, I'll just wait till there's security around, or I'll wait till you're behind an iPad or something. He's like, I'm not going to do it now.
I mean, if you want to hook anyone up, give me a shout.
Ian, over to you right here.
How are we, sir?
Good. How are you?
I'm fucking great.
You mentioned the rankings earlier, and I know you're a guy that's likes to visualize things. I mean, from the time that you announced your UFC signing, you declared you're going to be a champion one day, stuff like that. So how many fights away do you feel like you are right now from getting a title shot in your mind? Four. I told everyone I have a 6-fight plan. This is another fight. This gives me 15 and 11 in the world. This breaks me into the top 10 now. Then there's a lot of amazing fights in the top 10. But I don't want to be one of these guys that are rushed up the rankings, rushed up to a title shot. We've seen it far too many times. People go, yeah, I'll do it. And then they end up going on this skid and their career gets a bit wavy. The truth is, I'm young. I'm 25 years of age. I have no need to rush. I know how good I am. I know how good I will be in 2 more years. So why not take those 2 more years? If I told you right now, let me just pull 4 names out of the top 10. I fought Jeff Neal, Wonderboy, Usman, and Colby Covington in the next 2 years, and then got a title shot. Would anyone be disappointed by those 4 opponents? No. There's an insane amount of matchups in the top 10 that I can learn, grow, and evolve and showcase to the fans, to the UFC as an organization, and to myself how good I am. And I'm excited by that. So I don't want to jump the ladder. I don't want to skip anything. I want to do it my way, the right way. And Neil was the guy that you wanted next, as Mike referenced. So I guess why? Why is he the next right step?
Someone said to me earlier on today, and I think this is nuts, Neil Magny's been fighting professionally since I was 12. That's insane. He's been ranked since before I was an amateur. So now I'm stepping up against a guy who's been in there with some of the best, who's beaten some of the best, lost to some of the best, but has faced that competition. He's coming into that octagon. He doesn't care who I am or what I'm doing. He's faced so many guys that he is in here and he is trying to implement his game plan and do what he does best. It is my job to prove that I am far too good for him to have any success in this octagon.
And since you signed with the UFC, the Conor McGregor comparisons have come because of your nationality. But fighting here in Boston, I mean, we've seen the sort of pops that the Irish fighters have gotten here before. So I guess what do you think that environment is going to be like on Saturday compared to your other fights?
I am extremely excited to be in Boston, to put on a show in Boston. I feel like Boston is like a home away from home. I went out in the streets yesterday. I met so many Irish, I had so many Irish accents. It was really cool to experience that. I miss Dublin. I've been traveling out with Suitcase for 2 years. I've been traveling the world trying to learn, grow, and get better. And I'm excited to go home after this fight and do a victory lap. I'm excited for the Irish fans, for the Irish media, for the UFC to have a UFC top 10 Irish welterweight break in Boston, put on a show, give the fans what they want. And I'm telling you, when I walk out, you are going to hear that energy from the Irish supporters, because I tell you now, we are the best in the world.
I saw Conor was in your Instagram comments wishing you well. Have you talked to him at all beyond that? And I think Brad Katona had done an interview with TSN this morning saying that he's supposed to be at this event.
I mean, if he's at the event, it would make sense with the tough final. I would think that would be a smart business decision on the UFC's point of view. The truth is with Conor, every single bit of inspiration I've ever needed from Conor in his rise. And the truth is, I am just here to do my thing and have fun. And if he's here, amazing. He gets to watch me whoop ass. Thank you.
Over here to your left.
How are you, sir? You good?
I'm great. How you doing?
You got a good smile on your face. I've been watching you. You got a smile. This is fun.
I love it, man.
That's my baby.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. So you have this timeline.
Yes, sir.
And you say 4 fights, but where's a main event line up in that? Like your next fight, main event?
I believe the first main event I'll get will be when I bring the UFC back to Dublin. I want to fight in December in Vegas after this. This would be my 3rd fight in 5 months, by the way. Like I'm ridiculously active. I want to turn this around, beat Neil Magny with ease, go in there and fight one of the guys in the top 10. And then it's unquestionable. It's unarguable that you have to bring me back to Dublin, Ireland. You have to put the UFC on in the 3 Arena or whatever venue you guys want to and make me a main event against another top 10 guy.
Obviously, you were scheduled against Jeff Neal. It got changed to Neil Magny. You talked about how different styles they are. Which one's the tougher style?
Both guys possess different threats in there when you think of them as opponents, but the truth is, it doesn't matter to me. I don't focus on my opponent. I focus on myself. When I'm watching an opponent, I don't see what he's good at. I see what I can do. I look at it from a point of view of purely success. What can I do to have the most success against this guy? What holds can I see? And I seen a lot of holds in both guys. So I'm just going to take advantage of whoever I'm fighting and go in there and just showcase the stuff that I found and break them down. I believe this one's going to be more pace. I believe this one's going to be output. Neil's good. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not underestimating Neil. I know what he's done. I know who he's been in the UFC for 30 fights. Do you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. He goes in and wins fights that he shouldn't necessarily win because he fights his way. However, my intelligence is far too high for him to be able to do what he does to other people, to me. And I believe this one is going to be a high output, brutal finish that might be 30, 40 punches long. I'm going to swing at him. He's going to miss. I'm going to hit him again. He's going to miss. And I'm just going to tactically, just surgically dismantle him.
It seems like the mental aspect of the game is so important. It seems like something you're really good at.
Mhm.
So how do you balance being, obviously you hear fighters talk about, if I'm confident, I'm the best in the world, but also not overlooking somebody so you don't get upset?
How do I balance being confident and self-aware without being a massive dickhead is basically what you're trying to say. It's just having full awareness of everything that you do. I said this the other day. I was speaking to Robert Whittaker on Fox Australia. If Neil Magny pulls out a sledgehammer in the middle of that octagon and tries to beat me with it, I still have to have the mindset that I'm going to kill him. You have to have everything up here needs to be 110% bulletproof. You cannot have any doubts, because if you have doubts, then you can be broken. And that I do not have. I do not have any doubts in where my career is, where it's going to be, how good I am, and how good I'm going to be. It's all in my head. I know I'm here. I am here. I am gifted. I'm just simply here to receive and just enjoy the process.
My last question, you said, you're carrying 292 on your back. Media's talking about you, fans talking about you. Sunday morning, what is the media and the fans saying about you?
I was right. I'm a superstar.
Good luck to you, sir.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Ian over here.
How are we?
Good. How are you, man?
I'm great. It's fight week. I get to have fun.
Well, great to talk to you. And I'm just wondering, there was some animosity in the build-up a little bit, only for the fight to fall through. Is that Jeff Neal fight still going to happen someday? You still want that fight?
I don't know if there's animosity. I would say it's very, very smart tactical mind games. Jeff Neal had a mugshot. I found it. I printed it on a T-shirt. I sold a T-shirt. I wore it to UFC 291 for International Fight Week. And I believe that is 110% an absolute massive reason as to why he pulled out. I don't know if that fight's ever going to happen because I feel like I've already beat him. So if it's something that the UFC are absolutely adamant to push, I'll have that conversation. But I feel like I've already done the camp, won the fight, and now I'm focused on somebody else.
And then last one from me. Killcliff was just nominated for Gym of the Year for the World MMA Awards.
Yes.
Can you just speak on what it's like training with such a talented gym that's now getting a lot of attention?
They've been getting a lot of attention for a long time. They've got a lot of people in that gym that are absolutely phenomenal. And the thing that I'm excited about most is when we talk about the people that gym possesses, what about like the fact that I'm a nomadic fighter training all around the world with all of these different fighters. I'm able to learn and soak up knowledge from every different gym that I'm ever going to. I've been in Killcliff. I was recently in Shoot the Box. I've been in Renegade in Birmingham. I want to go to New Zealand and train with Adesanya and City Kickboxing because I believe they're phenomenal. I am someone who has such a thirst for knowledge and wants to be the absolute best I can be. And I believe the best thing for that is traveling the world and training with some of the best the world has to offer. Thank
Ian,
you.
over here on your left.
1 second. I think you were first. I seen you jump in. So sorry. 1 second. Go ahead.
Hey, Ian, how are you? So throughout your time in the UFC, you fought on some really, really big cards.
Yeah.
And you've stayed very active.
Yes, sir.
When Boston was announced, was that a card that you wanted to jump on? And what's your excitement level for this fight compared to previous cards that you've been on?
The first time I heard about Boston was after I knocked out D-Rod. Dana, Hunter, and Sean came back to me backstage and they said, we want you on Boston. We want to make it happen. I was like, all right, let's figure it out. I think, look, I have a lot of support from Ireland and now Brazil. There's a lot of support in my fan base now from Brazil. the two biggest Irish and Brazilian contingents in America is in Boston. So I'm going to have a massive following for this fight. And you're going to see it and you're going to feel it in that stadium. You're going to feel that energy. I'm excited to put on a show for the fans. I'm excited to show up and do what I do best, which is enjoy my job. My job is to show up on fight night and have fun. If you think about this as a job, you're in the wrong industry. You need to have fun. I get to do what I love every single day, and I get to do it under the bright lights. So for me, I just want the fans to feel the same energy that I have.
Thank you. Good luck on Saturday.
Appreciate you, man.
Ian, we asked you last year who you thought would be the next Irish fighter to hit the UFC, to which you responded Paul Hughes with no hesitation at all. With the new crop of Irish fighters that are in the promotion now, he seems like the odd man out at this stage. What do you make of his situation?
I think it's ridiculous that he wasn't the first guy signed. I think it's insane. He's so talented. He puts on such good fights. And for me, he was the next guy that should have been signed. I'm not telling the UFC what they should do, but that's their decision. They signed who they wanted to sign, and that's up to them. I just think Paul Hughes absolutely deserves a UFC contract.
And do you have an official prediction for this fight?
8 minutes. I don't know how. I haven't seen it yet, but I don't see him lasting longer than 8 minutes. He's far too slow. He's not as technically sound as I am. He hasn't got the tools that I have, and he's just not as good as me in every single aspect of the game. So, yeah, whether he wants to clinch and I sub him unconscious, or whether I beat his ass for 15 seconds and then I do it again for another 15 seconds and another 15 seconds with combinations and just speed, he can pick his poison.
All right, thanks, Ian.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, one last one real quick. Main event, Aljamain Sterling versus Sean O'Malley. Put your analyst hat on for us for a moment. Who do you think wins that one?
It's hard to argue with what Aljo has done in his last couple of fights, in his last few fights. Like, everybody's been doubting him, and like he says, Aljo has been upsetting the UFC's kind of apple cart per se. But I think the body of work he's done is unquestionable. I think from a brand point of view, I think the UFC want O'Malley to win. But I to be honest, I couldn't give a fuck. I don't care who wins. At the end of the day, if I get a number 10 or less beside my name, that's all that matters to me on this fight card. So, yeah.
Just want a prediction from you for the welterweight title fight.
Ooh, that's a nice accent. I'm more looking forward to that. Go on, yeah.
Between Leon Edwards and
Between Leon Edwards and
Colby.
I think Leon absolutely smashes him. Colby gets a lot of hype for nothing. The biggest thing Colby Covington has done is lose to Kamaru Usman twice. Leon has gone out and beat Kamaru Usman twice. I think Leon is going to absolutely surgically and I think he's going to dominate him. I've trained with Leon. I know how good Leon is. Leon's a phenomenal athlete. He's amazing in every single aspect of the game. His wrestling and his jiu-jitsu is so underrated because people talk about it as a kickboxer. I guarantee you he absolutely runs through Colby. I guarantee it. But also, to have one more point from my point of view, to all the UFC fans that have been asking, where can you meet me? Where can we do a face-off? Where can we see you? Friday. Keep active on Instagram. I'm going to be doing a secret workout somewhere, so just keep active. 8 p.m. Friday night. You can come see me, and we can do some Q&As and watch all you guys are all invited if you want to come, by the way. Just keep an eye on the Instagram. 8 p.m. Boston. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. This is my last interview outside the top 10 forever. I'm never, ever, ever going back.
All right.
Aljo back here. It's finally fight week. We are back here. Yep, other side. Sorry. Here in Boston, a lot has happened between the win over Henry Cejudo to now in a super short amount of time. What does this fight week feel like compared to others during this title reign, and how would you describe the last 3 months?
The last 3 months have been pretty good to me. Been relatively quick. Just trying to get the body as healthy as I possibly could, so I can make this event happen for the fans. And I'm super excited about the opportunity, man. It's a great eyeball event. It's gonna be a lot of eyes watching this one. Dana did a great job of stacking the card, and I know Boston hasn't had a pay-per-view event like this in a very, very long time. So I'm excited to be headlining for a second time in a row. It's all about opportunities, man. So I'm excited about it, and I can't wait to go out there and put on a show.
You're obviously very motivated for this fight. I'm getting some similar vibes to the rematch with Petr Yan. I'm sure it's not exactly the same, but how does this one compare to that fight? And do you feel like there's a bigger chip on your shoulder for this one?
No, I mean, all these challenges they're relatively the same. It's just different puzzles, different pieces, having to game plan the right way, making sure you bring in the right training partners and whatnot. Those are literally the main things, the main formula for a successful training camp. So I think we did a relatively great job with that. I think I'm in a really good headspace, and this guy's gonna need lightning to strike to beat me on Saturday night.
Sean may not like you, and I'm sure the feeling is mutual, but he does respect what you have accomplished in this sport. He says you're the greatest bantamweight of all time. He said that multiple times. What have you made of his resume to this point and what he has accomplished thus far?
I mean, his resume is it's okay. He did what he was supposed to do with the talent that was put in front of him. The same thing I have done over the years. The difference is that the caliber of opponents and opposition that I face is night and day. I don't think there's anyone in the UFC other than Petr Yan that he's beaten that's still in the UFC. And you can't say the same for my resume and the opponents that I face over the years. Other than that, he's a tough competitor. I know he's done his homework. He's going to come prepared. He's got a great team behind him. And I just look forward to smashing them and showing them that there's levels to this.
He believes you're giving off nervous energy heading into this fight, that you seem nervous. How would you describe your energy and your vibes? And even if there is a perceived nervous energy, is that necessarily a bad thing?
Nerves are good, but I don't know what nervous energy is that he's referring to. I think he said he saw me on TV and I looked hella nervous. I thought that was pretty cute. They're showing the highlights of the fight, and I'm getting excited about it. I don't know if that's nerves, but we'll see who's nervous when I step in that octagon with him and when he sees how much I fill out. And when I put my man strength on him, he's going to have no choice but to fold.
Last thing for me, potentially your last fight at 135 before you move up. If all goes well on Saturday, do you feel like you are leaving this division in a good place with Merab, Sean, Henry, Sandhagen, and some of the other veteran and up-and-coming fighters climbing the ranks? And who would you match Merab up with if you could wear the matchmaking hat?
It's like that commercial. Are you in good hands? You know, the Allstate commercial. So I think it's in very good hands with Merab. If there's a matchup, maybe Sandhagen or Henry Cejudo. Those are the only two that really make sense at this current moment. We'll see how Cheeto does with Pedro Munhoz and go from there. Obviously, Sandhagen beat him, but Sandhagen's getting surgery. So it's a very interesting position. And obviously, Umar is out as well, getting surgery. Just having his surgery, I should say. So I think it's Merab and whoever he feels fit.
Aljamain, Sean has said leading into this fight that, he believes the weight cut is going to affect you. Henry Cejudo said the same thing. Do you think these guys really believe that the weight is going to compromise you, or is it just that they need it to sort of rely on something to motivate themselves?
This is what I've been having. So I don't think there's any weight cut that's going to be an issue for myself, you know? So if these guys are banking on me missing weight, over what history, what track record do I have of ever missing weight? So if you want to bank on, he's going to have a tough weight cut. Henry did the same thing. I wonder where's Sterling. He's probably still cutting weight. Like, dude, you're flyweight coming up to 35, you know? Life is good for you. So, of course, it's going to be a little bit easier for him. It's always tough, but I make the weight like a professional, and I always show up on championship weight, and I think I'm under. So if that's what he's banking on, good luck. Don't take that luck to the casinos because you ain't gonna win. And I can't wait for Friday. Weigh in, and then we're just one step closer to smashing this dude and going out there and having my victory tour.
There's a lot of talk about Sean O'Malley's star power and how he's got the it factor and he's like this guy that the UFC can see putting money behind. Do you see an it factor in him, or do you just think it's the machine pushing him that's given him this sort of platform to say he has that it factor?
I think if anyone had the same Snoop Dogg promoting their fight after coming off the Contender Series, I think anyone could have become a superstar like that overnight because it's hype. It's hype, especially when you're going out there and you're fighting other guys that should not be in the cage with you. It's easy to stack up the resume and get these highlights. I mean, I'm finishing guys in the top 10, top 15. There's a significant difference in doing that against caliber opponents versus guys who just aren't in the show anymore. There's a reason why they're not in the show anymore. I'm not saying that they can't get back, but I'm just calling the facts how it is. The it factor, I don't know what it is. I don't get it. I mean, he has a flashy style in the sense of he gets knockouts, but the guys he's knocking out, I mean, for the casual fan, that's cool. But for the hardcore fans who actually tune in and watch the sport, I think they're smart enough to understand what's what, and you can kind of pick and choose. Like, yeah, he's had an easier path, and he's made it. He did what he was supposed to do with the competition that was put in front of him. But let's not make any mistakes about it. Like, you put that against a lot of these other guys, and they're going to do the same thing. They're going to highlight them. Petr Yan's going to highlight them. Corey Sandhagen's going to highlight them. Song Yadong's going to highlight them. Marab's going to highlight them. I'm going to highlight them. So what are we talking about? So give me those opportunities. My third UFC fight, I fought a ranked opponent who was ranked 6th in the world. I have not gone back since. So I think that speaks volumes in itself, and that's what gives me the confidence coming into Saturday night at UFC 292, and I can't wait to go out there and just smash the teacher's pet hype machine and go on with my day. And then I could start to really promote my Funk Harbor, and I got a bottle for Dana too, so it's gonna be a good time in Boston.
Just a bottle for Dana, or?
Yeah, it's a limited edition run. We only got 4,000 bottles, so there's only so much I can hand out for free in the very beginning. But we'll get the ball rolling a little bit more, and I'm excited to share this with the world. This opportunity coming out here to fight Sean in Boston is another opportunity for me to build things outside of the fighting, because obviously, like you guys heard me say, fighting doesn't last forever. I'm still undecided what exactly I'm going to do when I do retire, but I want to make sure I enjoy this moment while I can and take as many of these opportunities while I can and be as active as I can. And being back here 3 months later, what other champion is doing that, you know? So I'm just looking to go out there, put on a show, man. I want to make sure the fans get their money's worth on Saturday night.
Aljo, over here to your left. I saw a recent interview with Sean where he said, it was about a week ago, he said that there's going to be a big mental part of the game. And he goes, you're not ready for the mental war. What's your response to that?
Petr Yan for 1 year. I think that was pretty mental warfare right there. So, and it wasn't just the fans, it was himself also talking some shit. So if that's not mental warfare, then I don't know what is. I look forward to the games. He was quiet this entire build up to this fight. The only time he made some noise is when he came in the octagon with me. And, you know, I showed him who was the boss that night, and I'm going to show him who's the boss on Saturday night, August 19th. We'll see what mental warfare, man. I got my mantra, man. Too tough, too strong, too quick, and I can't be broken. So if none of these guys were able to break me over the years, I don't know what in the world makes Sean O'Malley thinks he has something that he can say that would be witty enough, clever enough, or that can knife through my mental mindset. Hey, whatever makes him sleep at night, man. That's what's going to make him feel comfortable making that walk. He's going to get a reality check as soon as that cage door locks. It's as simple as that. And the clock is ticking.
So I saw him in an even more recent interview where he kind of took a different side, and he talked about, you know, him being a striker, you're known for your grappling, and he basically admitted if it stays on the feet, he wins, almost admitting that if you take him down, he loses. His coach kind of said something similar. What's your response to that?
It's weird. It's weird, man. I don't take anything that they say like I take it with a grain of salt, man. At the end of the day, I know he can grapple. I'm not saying he's completely awful, but I I think we all know that there's levels to grappling. I've shown that in the past. I've defeated his grappling coach and outpositioned him, and took him down multiple times. Two-time ADCC world champion. What the hell is Sean O'Malley gonna do? What, he submitted Takanori Gomi and everyone's like, oh, dude, come on, man, come on. There's levels to this. I'm still grappling with bigger dudes. I'm having my way with them still, and I'm cutting weight, you know. So if he thinks I can't strike, a lot of other opposition thought the same thing, and I think I did a pretty good job of outstriking them. And I think the stats speak for themselves. So it's up to me to just go out there and just do what I do best, bring the funk, and leave this guy face down, ass up.
But one thing about you that, the people who don't like you or don't give you a lot of credit, they'll say, won the champions by disqualification.
Oh, they love me, man. They love me.
Then split decision. Then a hurt TJ Dillashaw. Then another split decision. Do you think if you dominate Sean that those people will finally give you your just due, or do you think they'll come up with some other excuse and not really give you your credit?
They're gonna say O'Malley wasn't credible enough. He shouldn't have been in there in the first place. When I fought Cejudo, if he wins, Cejudo's back. He's so great. But if he loses, he was gone for 3 years. The guy's been training. He's been coaching the world champions, the who's of the divisions. And then with TJ, I fought with a torn labrum multiple times. 7 professional fights. I've won every single one of them. You can't use that crutch when you want to. I knocked out Cody Garbrandt with the bump shoulder. Yeah, I could knock out Aljamain Sterling too. It's a different matchup, dude. I kicked the shit out of his arm, and I think that's what probably dislocated his shoulder to begin with. And then I took him down, and that was the fight. You come in, and I can only fight who the UFC puts in front of me. It's not my fault. You want to come in thinking that you can beat me with a bum shoulder. That's on you. That's not on me. And it's not my fault the judges gave that a split decision with myself and Piotr Jan. I think the first round, I outstruck him by 7 strikes. I landed a big elbow in his head. He stumbled backwards. I landed the most significant strike in that first round. I should have 10-8'd him in the round 2. And round 3 was up for a debate for a 10-8 as well. Round 4, I should have taken his ass down and not try to get style points. And I tried to jump on his back and ride him like a pony. Pause. And I fell off the top, and he was able to get back into the fight. But what did he honestly do? I won those fights. You can make whatever. Oh, the judges said this. Cry all you want, man. I love the tears, and I'm going to be laughing all the way to the bank. So line them up. I'm going to keep knocking them down and do what winners do, and that's win.
My last question. You've been in main events. You've defended your title. You've gone 25 minutes. All things that Sean hasn't done. How much of an advantage is that?
I think it's a big advantage. I think the biggest advantage coming into this is the level of competition I faced to date. Like I said, Sean's got some serious skills. He's got good feints. He's long. He's rangy. I think he's going to be the first opponent that actually has a longer reach than me. I'm 71. I think he's 72. I've acknowledged all these things. He's got good front kicks. He does good spins. I hope he does spin so I could take his back. So he does a lot of good things really, really well. And it's a dangerous test. But at the end of the day, I think my competition is going to show. My fight IQ is going to show. And we'll see where he's really at. This could be an opportunity for him to solidify himself and shock the world. And this is another opportunity for me. So for the UFC, it's a win-win. They get a huge star in Sean O'Malley. I win. I think you get the eyeballs that Sean O'Malley brings. And I think it just welcomes the entire world now to the Funk Master era. And I think that's what it's all about. Finish this guy. Do it in style points. Call out Alexander Volkanovski. Go up there. Chase more history. And that's what it's all about. I mean, I feel sorry for the people out there who never want to challenge themselves or do great things. I think that's the beautiful thing about this sport and the UFC giving us this opportunity. We can carve out our path and our future. And I think I've been doing a hell of a job doing that. And I look forward to bringing in more good times.
Aljamain, we're here. One of the concerns that you had when this fight got announced, it wasn't that you didn't want to fight O'Malley, you didn't want to fight in Boston, but that August 19th date, since you've been very active. And you didn't really know how your body was going to hold up and if it was going to be fit for that date. Now that the date is just a few days away, can you talk about your health and your body and how this quick turnaround was for you?
I feel good, man. I think we gave ourselves enough time. The way we did our training, we worked around the things that were lingering from the last fight and the fight before that, and we healed up as best as we could. And I think we did a pretty damn good job. So maybe I'm like Wolverine. I don't know, but I feel good, man. I'm excited about this. I really am. And I'm glad we were able to have a sit down with the UFC brass and figure out everything and make everything right. And now we have a huge fight for Boston, for the East Coast, to keep the bantamweight division moving. And I don't know, it's there's a lot to take in with this, and it couldn't have come at a better time. I think keeping me more active sooner rather than later just keeps me a little bit sharper. And to already have gone in there for 25 minutes, the matchup with TJ traveling and doing all these extra things, I think it's gonna just more than prepare me for the night on August 19th. Like, I've been here before, I've done it. I just need to go out there and prove it again. What I know, what my team knows, and I don't want to say shock the world, but I don't know. I do feel like maybe people are doubting me still. I don't know. This is a good opportunity to really just solidify my legacy and everything that I've accomplished thus far.
Is Saturday night your last fight at 135 pounds?
I'm gonna wait till the fight's over, see how I do. I do plan on thoroughly smashing this dude up, something serious, and after that, maybe I'll drink a couple Happy Dads. They'll give me a sponsorship instead, and maybe the Nelk boys will be hanging out with me and dropping Sean. We'll see, but we'll see how this fight goes. I do my job. I do it with style points. I'll be looking at and having my sights at 145.
And right now, Volkanovski has no title defense booked. A lot of people think that Ilya
Perfect
Topuria is
timing.
next. Do you think you can surpass him and end up fighting for the belt next at 145?
I think the timing could work out. It just really depends on how this fight goes. I mean, maybe Sean is so well prepared that this fight ends up becoming a war more than I expect it to be. You know, I'm expecting the best Sean O'Malley to show up, proper takedown defense. I'm sure he brought in great guys, even though he said he hasn't. I'm sure he's not that dumb. I'm pretty sure he brought in some high level training. He's brought some good wrestlers in, and I know some of the wrestlers that he trains with. So we'll see. We'll see how the fight plays out, and we'll go from there. I don't like to count the birds in the bush, man. I like the birds in hand. So let me deal with this, get through this guy the way I think that I can, look good doing it, and then from there, I think I'd be hard to deny.
And just last one, since you have your eyes on 145, and that's like something you want to do in the future, if Volkanovski does end up defending the belt against Ilya Topuria, how do you see that fight going? And what do you make of Ilya Topuria, who's been, a rising contender in that division, and it seems that he's the next guy in line?
I think Ilya is really, really good. I think he's dangerous boxing. I think that's the difference between him and Volk. But Volk's got some really good feints, footwork. Ilya's more stationary, typically tends to just walk you down, put the hands on you. He's got good anti-wrestling. So I am interested to see how that fight goes. They're both relatively the same height, same size. I do lean towards Volkanovski because I think he just mixes it up a little bit more than Topuria. If Topuria adds in those kicks, I think it makes his game a little bit more well-rounded, and it brings a different wrinkle to the game other than just training for boxing, where Volk just has to stay on the outside, touch him up with calf kicks, inside leg kicks, clinch him up the way he did Jose Aldo when they fought, and that can make things tricky for Topuria. So Topuria has to do his homework if he wants to get his hand raised in that matchup.
Aljo right here. You mentioned right here. You mentioned you expect to see the best Sean O'Malley possible on Saturday. With all the hype and all the Dana White privileges you called it and stuff like that, I guess how good do you feel like the best Sean O'Malley is?
I mean, I've dealt with difficult guys who are hard to take down, guys that get used to me. You know, I've trained with the Basharat brothers, both of them. Julian and Rosa, really big frames, a little bit heavier. Some of these other guys back home from Long Island, from the Cerro Longo fight team, and I like to think I'm doing a hell of a good job in the sparring sessions with these guys, and I would imagine O'Malley won't have the same looks that I bring, and obviously I won't have the same exact looks that he brings, but that's what makes this matchup very, very interesting and intriguing. You know, can I get inside without getting sniped, and is he as accurate as he thinks he is? And then the other part is how good is his takedown defense and how much time he's had since his last fight to improve. So I look at all these things, I factor them all in. I'm gonna be safe, I'm gonna be calculated, and when it's time to take risks, we're taking some risk.
Aljamain, you talked about challenging yourself on your journey. You know, it's incredible to think back 8 years to February 2014 and what you've done since then. And then you look at Cody Gibson, who hasn't fought, It's almost been 8.5 years since he last fought in the UFC. I know you guys had your debut together. Can you touch on his Ultimate Fighter experience? I mean, you guys have really unique history that you both had your UFC debuts against one another.
Yeah, we both took the fight on short notice. I was supposed to fight Lucas Martins, then he pulled out. Then I believe I was supposed to fight Brian Caraway. No, actually, Brian Caraway pulled out. I was supposed to fight Lucas Martins, then Lucas Martins pulled out. Enter Cody Gibson. I was drinking a beer when I got the UFC call. I put the beer down, went for a run, and I tried to get as best shape as I possibly could have. Cut the weight as fast as I could have, and Cody took it on about 2 weeks' notice, I believe, or something like that. And he brought it, man. He tested me. You know, I did wish I had a full camp for that, but went 2 rounds to 1. I was able to get my hand raised, came out, gutted out that 3rd round, got a takedown, solidified position, got his back. And to see his journey come full circle, now he's back here again, taking on a tough test in Katona, who's also been in the UFC. It's a very intriguing matchup. After my fight with Cody, I ended up going out there to go train with him a couple months later. So we have some history there. I've actually trained with Katona as well in Ireland. So it's an interesting matchup. I do look forward to seeing which guy gets their hand raised. Cody's a big dude for the weight. He's probably the biggest guy I've ever fought to date. I think he's about 5'10", 5'11". And yeah, man, and he can wrestle. That's the thing about him that makes him tricky. So it's kind of like I've had that experience with these guys. The difference is I'm looking at Sean, and it's like Cody with Sean level striking and accuracy, but without the grappling. So I'm excited for all these guys, man. I'm a student of the game. I'm a fan of the sport. I literally watch every single card, every single fight, and I try to learn from people as much as I can and try to add stuff to my game as best as I can as well.
Thank you. One last question. I don't know if you're a Rocky fan. I see you a little bit as Rocky, a little bit of Apollo. There's the great scene at the end of Rocky 3 where they train together and they, behind closed doors, have that moment. Ring the bell, ding ding. You and Merab ever have one of those moments?
We have a lot of those moments. Man, if you guys were able to watch the training sessions, man, we go through some battles. It's always fun having him for a training partner to push me and to get me ready for my fights, and it's always fun to help him get him ready for his fights. Iron sharpens iron, man, and now we got another guy in the UFC at 135 in Pampos. We call him Pampino. You know, he just got a big knockout in 1 minute of the Dana White Contender Series yesterday. So, man, everything's looking good, man. I think that the formula's been working for us. The sky's the limit. And, yeah, maybe we'll have a Rocky moment in this fight with Sean. We'll see. I do think this is going to be a potential fight of the night candidate, but it's my job to go out there and make it look as easy as possible.
My last one, I promise, about Merab, too. It's such an intense moment, and he's such an intense guy and hard worker, and you have that moment with O'Malley at the end of 288, and then you watch the film back and you see Merab in the jacket, Sean's jacket. I mean, you have to crack up, right?
It was funny, man. I didn't realize that was going on. I thought they were just trying to, like, jump on my boy, so I was like, yo, what the fuck? And then I saw afterwards, I was like, oh, he took his jacket, which is hysterical. You know, I thought it looked better on Merab anyway. Yeah, but yeah, it was a good time. Good times.
Thank you.
Keep it over here, champ. So you were just talking about Pampos, and Dennis Bazooki just got the call up too. So with all the Law MMA talent in the UFC, what does it mean to represent them as their UFC champion?
It's inspiring, man. It's cool. It's humbling. Just to see where these guys are going with their own journey. I know what it took for me to get here. All the long nights, the extra training sessions, the extra runs, just having faith, hoping that phone call will come. And now they're in the same position, being able to carve out their own path, their own legacy, their own journeys, and they're doing it their way. And that's the most appreciative thing I can say. You know, I didn't necessarily have that coming up, so I try to share my knowledge as much as I can to these younger guys because it goes a long way, man. This way, instead of like trying to figure it out, you still got to do it your own way, but it helps you kind of get a little bit more guidance on which way you should go, who to look towards, who you can bounce questions off of, and really get some proper insight on how you're doing things with your career. You know, I just try to give them as much guidance as possible. 2 guys in the UFC, Dylan Montello, the quiet man, coming up, I think in early October for the Contender Series. Charlie Campbell on the short list. He was killing that guy, Chris Duncan, then kind of got over anxious, got caught. Duncan's doing well in the UFC, so how well can Charlie do in the UFC? We got to kill his row, man. There's so many guys coming out of this small gym. right there in Long Island. We don't got the fanciest equipment. We don't have fancy mats or cold plunges or any of these things at our gym. Was just hard work, Long Island attitude, and we just don't give a fuck, man.
Thank you. Aljamain, you talked about Sean's past competition, and with his last fight, you guys do have a common opponent. Was there anything in that fight that stood out to you that you could either hope to exploit or solidified about your game plan for Sean?
Sean's got he's got some takedowns. He's got little tricky things that he does. There's not much I could take away. It's a relatively close fight. I mean, he cracked Jan. Jan was able to stay on his feet, make him miss after that. Then Jan does what he does best. The same way he caught me. He kind of lulls you to sleep, and then hit him with a nice 1-2 from southpaw and dropped him, and beat the brakes off of him that round. There's some openings there for the striking. Obviously, I'm not looking to sit there in the pocket and trade with Sean. I don't think Sean even would want to sit in the pocket. He's more of a like touch and go kind of guy, kind of similar to myself. So there's some things that I see that he does well, some things that I do very similar to him, and it's how can I exploit that? If I were him, what am I thinking that someone's looking to do to me? And then if I'm the opposition, which I am, how can I capitalize on this? And what is Sean going to be doing to try to tighten up some of those holes? And that's the best way I can approach the game. So I think it was a good fight. He showed a little grit in that one. And that's really it. Credit where credit is due. He won the fight, not by much. I personally thought Jan won, but he won the fight. I'm not the judge, and he's here.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, guys. I'll make sure I have some Funk Harbor for you guys. Let's go.
Brad over here, just a few days away from a chance to get back in the UFC. If I told you when you parted ways with the company 3 years ago that you would have to go through all this, go through the show again, everything you're going through now to get back to the spot, would you have believed me?
Yeah, I probably would have believed you. I knew it was going to be a hard road. I didn't necessarily. I hoped it wouldn't be this difficult, but here we are. Maybe everyone just thinks their journey is going to be the hardest because that's all they know. But mine feels like it was pretty hard, and it's hardened me. So I'm excited to show it on Saturday.
Did you enjoy the experience more or less this time around after going through it and already kind of knowing what it was like?
Oh, it was so much worse. So much worse. The first time I did it, I said, that was cool, but I hope I never have to do it again. That was kind of that in one sentence. There you go. After doing it a second time, I certainly don't want to have to do it again. It was difficult. Like, yeah, you had it at bantamweight instead of featherweight. The notice I had was maybe 9 days. So it was a grind, but we got there, and look what I did with no preparation.
You obviously there were a lot of familiar faces on the opposing team before you switched over. As you're probably well aware, not a lot of great things said about you this season. Was this stressful because of that? What was it like watching it back, and how you felt like you were portrayed overall?
In the moment, it was stressful, let's say, in the house. You know, when you're talking with when you're relying on your coaches to do everything for you. If you want to use the Performance Institute, ask the producers. They say, talk to your coaches. You want anything, it's talk to your coaches. You want, Normatec compression boots, see the UFC PI people, let's talk to your coaches. And then when you're getting resistance there, that was difficult. But watching it back, I don't think they portrayed me poorly. I think there's a lot more they could have shown. But I feel at least it's been mixed, and maybe it's created some controversy or something of interest in the show, because I felt like they were airing more on the side of kind of pure sport. Here's the training session, here's the fight. That's about it. Felt my episodes were pretty good, though, so I was happy about that.
You get Cody Gibson, who's looked pretty good on the show. Cody called you, when he was in here earlier, the most boring tape study he's ever had before a fight. And even Michael Chandler said on Twitter, mark my words, Cody gets a finish this weekend. So your response to that and the matchup with Cody?
So Chandler still doesn't like me? Okay. I don't know why he has a little vendetta against me. Maybe it's because I switched teams, and maybe because I've been successful or put up resistance. Again, I've heard him say if he was in my shoes, he'd be doing the exact same thing. So that's kind of funny. Not unexpected. I'm the most boring tape study he's ever had. Did he watch the Timmer fight?
He did give you props for that fight, but he said other than that, not fun.
I felt like my last Brave fight was good. My fights in the UFC were good. Do I care about Cody's opinion? Really? No, not at all.
Two last things first. Will this contract feel sweeter than the first one?
Absolutely. The first one felt good. I'm not going to lie. It felt good going from regional show money to UFC money. It felt really good, and it was finally being there. But then having to go take a massive pay cut, be on the grind, not to make it about money, but at the end of the day, as a upcoming fighter trying to get back to the UFC, it's definitely a concern. And now being in my 30s, it's definitely on your mind. You have, you want to set your family up, and you want to support the people around you. So this contract will be very sweet.
And then last thing, you want to become obviously the tough bantamweight champion, but at the end of the night, we're going to get a UFC bantamweight championship belt wrapped around somebody's waist. Do you think it's going to go around the waist of Aljamain Sterling or Sean O'Malley?
If I had to put money on it, I'd go Aljo, but Sean looked very impressive against Peter Yan, so I wouldn't be surprised if I just wouldn't be surprised at any result, because we don't really know how good Sean O'Malley is. But if I was a betting man, Aljo's his consistency at the top has been incredible.
Brad, just one from me. Are you a diva?
Oh, you see, I said it in jest. But at the same time, I don't necessarily think I'm a diva, but I'm going to say what I want and try to push for it. At the same time, I think I'm a fairly giving person, so if anybody ever needs anything, I'm willing to give it to them. And if I was necessarily if we switch roles, you better be putting in the work, and I put in the work, so I feel like when I ask for something, it's justified.
Do you feel like your dynamic in the house was always going to be a bit weird, because obviously you came from SBG and you ended up straight away on Team Chandler, so you're not set up to fail in a sense. You're obviously very successful, but in terms of the dynamics in the house, you were set up in a weird, uncomfortable position from the get-go.
Absolutely. Being in the van and everyone's kind of shitting on Connor, trying to attack his character, which you're sitting there being like, well, all this is kind of you don't know the guy. Like you're just judging him from what you see and what I don't know. It was certainly weird. Um, Especially, Chandler brought me aside pretty well first. Well, the first thing he said to us when he chose us is the thing I like about you veterans is you know exactly what you need. So then when I ask and know it for what I need, and then there's resistance, it made it a little weird, as well as, maybe the second practice, him saying, John Kavanagh, my coach, was talking about a trade maybe, and he's like, no, I want you on this team. So, with all of that, it certainly made it a little awkward for sure.
Who wins that fight, Conor or Chandler?
I think it's the Eddie Alvarez fight all over again.
Brad, over to your right here. You've all the tough stuff aside. You've been in the UFC before, and ultimately, you parted ways with the promotion. So now that you're coming back, that aspect of it, what did you learn that you feel like you need to do differently this time around? Like, is it to get more finishes? Is it, I don't know. What do you think?
I feel like we can keep on talking about finishes, but when you're fighting the competition I'm fighting, it's a different story. I don't know the record of my opponents. That's necessarily what I departed the UFC, but it's a whole lot easier finishing, these padded records, if you will. I think the combined record was something like 37-5 or something of my full opponents in Brave. Yeah, it's a whole lot easier getting finishes against nobodies. Guys who are set up for you. Same thing in the house. You give me Carlos Vera, who I think it was the best prospect on the bantamweight side, and then you give me Timur. Well, wouldn't it be nice for my opponent to slip in the first round after getting outstriking you and securing a choke? That'd be fantastic. But Timur's not going to do that. Carlos isn't going to do that. I think Carlos suffered a defeat a long time ago. He was, I'd say a very dangerous and, awkward opponent to fight and very difficult to get a finish on. So you look at the guys I'm fighting, not to be defensive here, but I'm going, well, of course I'd like to wrap my shin around, 0-7's, ahead or fight a 50-50 record. But everyone I fought has had 1 or 2 losses maybe. I'm going for the finish, but ultimately my opponents decide how they lose, so that's it.
You look at the 4 fights you had outside the UFC in Brave, as you mentioned. You fought 8-0, 9-4, 11-2, 7-1. So guys, all that have very good records. How do you feel like the Brad that's sitting up here now compared to the Brad that we saw fight in the UFC the last time? Like, what is the difference between you two?
We're completely different fighters. One, I got a little chip on my shoulder, but I just feel when we were in the UFC, we were on the right path, and we've kind of kept to that formula. Didn't keep it the same. Obviously, we've changed things, and that's how I always want to go. Every fight camp should be different. We've added in a lot of support systems, and really, I've matured with my team, SBG. When I got into the UFC in 2018, I had been with them. I had been with SBG for a matter of months, and then pretty well a year until I was owed the UFC. So I was only with the SBG for, let's say, 18 months total. So over that time, I've been working with John. We've been evolving our systems of training, if you will, brought on great striking coach in Dave Roach. And that's where I think we're starting to see that. You saw in the Timur fight, the evolution of what Brad Katona can do. I'm a complete fighter. And, Dave's been bringing out that mean side of my game.
It's been asked a few times different things about the drama that happened in the house, but the last episode, they kind of highlighted the conversation that you had with Cody, and I felt like I couldn't tell if it was just the production setting up, kind of a rivalry between you two for the finale, or if he was kind of the guy that maybe gave you the most amount of pushback. So do you feel like he was kind of your, I don't want to say enemy in the house, but was he one of the guys that you butted heads with the most?
I don't think I butted heads with anybody besides him. He keeps on saying, nobody liked you. Well, I just saw Austin and, I just saw Austin in the lobby and said hi to him. He seemed pretty friendly. I saw Kurt seemed pretty friendly. So you're saying that nobody likes me. Okay. That hurts a little bit. But Yeah, it seemed like we kept on butting heads. And you know, the funny part about that was it was about an hour before leaving to the venue for the semifinals. He was trying to get me off my game. He doesn't want to fight me. He wanted to do anything to have Timur win. He wanted to throw me off because he feels like he can maybe hurt Timur on the feet because he's been hurt. I think that's the only way he would ever win a fight with Timur. So, you know, it's those little games, and it all stems from fear. Yet here I am.
It seems like you're kind of enjoying this. Like you're not necessarily aggravated by this portrayal, but do you like kind of being in a rivalry sort of feeling?
It certainly doesn't hurt. I'm never lacking for motivation, and I can see right through it. You know, it's just it's fear. All that saying, I'm boring. I'm this. He's scared of the grappling. I think after the Timur fight, he's scared of the striking. It all stems in fear. Why would he be doing this if it wasn't out of fear? Why would he be trying to throw me off? Because he didn't like me? Like, we lived in a house for 4 weeks together and we didn't really argue. You know? Maybe I ordered too many groceries for his liking, and that's what he didn't like, you know? Again, every little thing I did seemed to annoy him. And why would it? Because I was prepared, I was ready, and I was successful.
Brad, over here. Obviously, you're in a tough situation, being that your head coach was coaching against you. I know he stepped aside, but Conor is your teammate and your friend. He still coached against you, and he was pretty loud.
Yes.
You know? Do you think he should have, like, for that fight, stepped aside or something?
You know, it was surprising how vocal he was, and you know, like even in the middle of a fight, you're like, really? Okay, let's go. And so, as Michael Jordan said, I took that personally, and you know, used it. You know, I used it, and really, he was. What's Connor's job there is to get his guys to be successful, and he did everything he could to do that. He brought in a great team of coaches, nutritionists, massage therapists, anything you needed, a chef, like whatever his team needed, he provided. And I guess in his role there, I believe he said it in one of the first episodes, it's up to these guys, you know, they have to go do it. So should he not? But then who does Carlos have then? You know, so it makes sense. I don't think I'd do something different if I was in his shoes. Maybe I'd be a little bit less emotional about it, but from what I know of Conor, he's 100% in or 100% out.
And obviously, one of the storylines of this fight is, you know, in the history of the UFC, nobody has ever won the Ultimate Fighter twice. You would. What does that mean to you?
You know, it'll be something I can hang my hat on when I'm done. And it would be cool. You know, I've been making jokes that I'd be the multimate fighter. I kind of like that. It puts a smile on my face. But I've been living my life like I'm going to be fighting for that bantamweight championship one day. So I'm excited to be on that card, be seeing these guys, because that's the standard I've been trying to keep up. It isn't just to win tough. Like this isn't the end goal. This is the start of this journey into the UFC.
Brad, over here to your right. Just one from me. Just because Merab was in here a couple minutes ago with Aljamain, any interest in that rematch, working towards that in your next UFC tenure?
Absolutely. You know, Merab's been nothing but very friendly. I saw him in the UFC PI during the show, and fight week he's been nothing but friendly. But absolutely, you know, I felt the level that night, and you know, I still believe, you know, we fight that fight 10 times. I might have won it 9 times out of the 10, and he did some really good things, and now that's easy for me to say. He's worked himself up to like a #1 contender spot. He's done amazing since then, and I think it comes down to his work ethic, and I feel like I have a similar work ethic, and just because my road was a little bit different, I felt everything was cut short, otherwise I'd be right up there beside him, and we probably would have had that rematch. But certainly it's something I want to get back, especially because of how successful he's been. Thank you. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
I'm a professional. What's up, guys?
Hey, Marlon, change of opponent, but still fight week here in Boston. Big spotlight on the division. How excited are you to get back in there and compete on Saturday?
I'm excited, man. I'm healthy. I'm happy, and when my opponent pulled out, Seguro, the first thing I just asked was for give an opponent. I want to maintain the date. I just want to. I don't want to sit around and just wait. I mean, what's the point? You know, I'm healthy. I'm training every day, so the more reps I get, the better I get. So let's roll.
Cejudo's obviously a former champion. That would have been a great win to have on the resume. But like you said, it was important for you to remain on the card. How did you react to getting Pedro as an opponent?
I mean, I went through the rankings, kind of like asked what was available. My first ask was like, why not fight Jan? Right? It's a great date, but I think he say he won't fight till the end of the year, and I was like, I ain't waiting till the end of the year. You know, I like to fight 3 times a year, and I get things get slow in the top, but I was just like, who's available? And it's like, and they called me one day, so like Pedro already took it, so I was like, fuck it, why not?
Do you like this fight better? In a way, he's another durable guy. He's been a lot of fun fights. He's never been finished, so it creates a different challenge there. Do you like
Yeah.
this matchup stylistically better than Cejudo?
I mean, fuck, you guys know. They can change the opponent on Saturday morning. I'm cool with that. I don't trip like that. So I like the fact that I have a fight. I mean, if it's Cejudo, Pedro, or fucking whoever from anywhere, I'm down. And I'm glad I got to fight. I'm glad I get to get paid. I'm glad I get to compete. And I mean, it's still a tough guy. It's still a dangerous fight, right? Like I could easily don't take it, but I like to risk everything always, and I'm the guy that I roll the dice, and I get lucky most of the time.
Last one for me. This is an important fight to stay in the mix in the division, especially with the title on the line in the main event. If Aljamain wins, he says he's probably going to move up and vacate. And if Sean wins the title, it could actually set up a massive second fight between you and him for the belt. So is there a part of you hoping Sean does win on Saturday? And how do you see that fight playing out?
I mean, if we talk about the last 10 opponents of each guy, right? All you had the hard road, right? He went from a guy that people don't really want to see fight to like get a title shot, win the belt in a way that people didn't like, but he went through the hard way and he keep winning. And there's a lot of things that happen along the way, right? A lot of people thought he got handled the decision with Jan the second time. Then he fought T and T was hurt, and it's just a lot of shit going to the guy, right? But he keeps winning and he keeps maintaining that belt, so good for him. In the other side, they did more like a little bit of a boxing record for O'Malley. I mean, when they set me up to fight him the first time, it was pretty much his first test, right? And you can say whatever the fuck you want to say, you still got in TKO. The referee still pulled me out, so I don't, cause most damage. And I mean, you can say whatever you want, but the facts are there. And then he fought Munoz. It was an eye poke. And then he went straight to fight for number one contender against number one guy in Jan at the time. And the guy was, is a striker versus striker, but the one is, pretty big for the other guy. So style wise, it was perfect for him. So good for him. Some people gotta go a little harder than others. So in terms of in paper, all you should win. But it's a fight. So if he lands first, he punch hard. I've been in front of him. I know he got power, he got good speed, but the arsenal is very limited in my opinion. It's a one at a time type of guy, and we'll see if he can really fight. But if he wins, I mean, make my life a little easier. I can also jump the ladder just like he did. And I know it's business, so either side I'm cool. I am focused on fucking Munoz. That's all I need to worry about till Saturday midnight. After that, we'll figure it out.
Well, After your last fight, there were some accusations at you from fans and stuff that you're maybe not active enough in there and you don't go for it enough. Is that something that you recognize and agree with, or you disagree with? And if so, what do you do to correct that?
In my opinion, I took that loss very personal. I took the loss like it was pretty much my fault. That was a shit fight. When I rewatched it, I was like, "Fuck, that was a poor fight." I text Dana myself and I say, "I apologize." I'm like, "Sorry, dude, you don't pay me to fucking fight like that." But the best way to describe it, it was like camp was great. I was healthy, and in 21 fights in the UFC, I never came with an excuse. I fucking hate when people blame it on the manager, on the coach, on my mom wasn't there, my dad, whatever, right? I'm not that guy. Even if I have something going on, I will never speak it out because it just sounds like an excuse. The best way to tell it, I felt sick. I just wasn't myself that night, and you know, it's still landing good shots. It's still, if you see the faces, I still making a little more damage, but I was just, I kind of like I lose to myself. It was a weird one, and I just turned the page, went back to the gym, and say, "Fuck it." The only way to get over with that feeling is winning this weekend. So that's why I asked for this date, and I say, "Send me a contract with a name. Doesn't matter who it is." And this weekend I'm gonna make it better.
Do you think that's something that no one can really appreciate, maybe even other fighters, until they experience it, right? Like Charles Oliveira said the same thing when he fought Islam. He's like, hey, that just wasn't me that night. Is that something that until you're in there and just nothing's really clicking, you can't really understand?
It's really hard to like predict that, right? Because you wake up in the morning and you feel the nerves just like any other person. But even when I did the shakeout, I was out of balance. I was kind of like pushing things, and I just didn't feel great. And I was like, well, that's a shitty feeling. I guess I gotta dig deep tonight. And I pushed the pace. I mean, the first two round, I I was I was flat. Those takedowns, I was like, I wasn't even reacting. It was like almost like my pop would come at times, but then it will also like be gone for a while. So um, it's life, right? Sometimes you get bumps in the road. Sometimes it's a test to see how strong you are and how you can come back from moments like that. And fuck it, this Saturday I'm gonna go for.
You sort of made reference to it, and we're talking a bit hypothetical here, but say Sean won and you won on Saturday, and they did rebook that fight again. It feels like it could be a massive fight, right? Now, both your star profile has risen since the first time you fought. Is that something you'd be excited about? Not just fighting him again, but fighting him again on a massive stage?
100%. That's just money right there, and I don't left money on the table. I mean, if we go and win this Saturday, we can fight November, December, next month. I mean, anytime. And I know that will be this is a great payday for both, and it's business. If we win on Saturday night, that fight's happening. So the rest of the top five can just sit and wait. It's business.
Hey, Marlon. Obviously, you've been a ranked opponent for a really long time in the division. So has Pedro Munhoz. We asked him earlier, like, how long has he envisioned a fight with you? Same thing. How long have you kind of had him on your radar?
Honestly, I called him out once when I fought John Lineker in Brazil. I called him out that one time to fight like in that card because I didn't have a fight coming up, so I was like, I went kind of like through the rankings, and I was like, hey, you want to fight? And then my management told me like, oh, he's fighting in Font that night. So I was like, cool, and I kind of like literally forget about that specific fight. And our careers went different ways, right? At some point, at that time, he was ready for a title shot. He fell short in that decision, and then we kind of been like when he's been in the top five, I was in the top 15. Then when I got to the top five, he was kind of lower. And right now, it was just like whoever was available, and he was available, I was available, and it just happened. But I wasn't really thinking for a long time about fighting him or really anybody else.
You've been on a nice run recently. You're fighting in main events, taking on higher ranked guys like Dominic Cruz, Corey Sandhagen. Him, on the other hand, he's lost 4 of his last 6 fights. When you view him, do you still view a top contender, or do you see a guy that might be showing signs of decline?
I mean, you see a little bit of decline, and age doesn't lie, right? He's 37, 36. So, I'm the younger person, and I'm somebody that just hit his prime, and I'm getting just better by fight. But I mean, you can take it easy, and you can just get loose in there and thinking, oh, it's gonna be easy. He's a little slower. He's still gonna try to fuck me and take my head off. So I'm aware of that, and I'm not fucking around. I really want to win, and I train just as hard like I was training for Seguro. I mean, anybody can beat you in any given day, especially if you're kind of like loose and taking it easy. I don't fucking do that.
And last question for me, I look over his record. It looks like he's never been stopped in his career. Do you think you could be the first person to stop him? And are you expecting it?
I don't even think about that. I mean, when I fight somebody, I don't go over how many times they get submitted, KO, or how many decisions. Once I'm in that cage, I'm just fighting for my fucking life, and I'm putting everything in the line. So I'm not looking forward for the knockout. That's why you get a lot of those. But I'm just trying to win. That's all that matters.
Chito, aquí en español, ¿cómo vas?
¿Todo bien tú?
Bien, bien. Oye, estaba supuesto a pelear contra Henry Cejudo, obviamente un hombre bien grande, ex campeón. Pedro Muñoz sigue siendo un hombre reconocido, pero de pronto no tiene el prestigio que tiene Henry. Pero también muchos fans están viendo esa pelea como una pelea más vistosa, ya que Pedro le gusta guerrear. En tu opinión, ¿cuál era la pelea que más querías? ¿La de Henry o estás más contento con esta con Pedro?
Yo creo que en temas de negocios y en temas de los rankings, obviamente ganar la Henry era mucho más grande, pero al punto en el que estoy ahorita, que he venido peleando varios main events, he estado en el top 5, estuve en número 3 por un tiempo, solo necesito ganar y yo creo que eso es lo más importante ahorita, ¿no? Sacar una victoria y seguir subiendo en esos rankings y ver qué pasa con el main event del sábado, porque si gano yo y Sean, es muy probable que peleemos. Así que ahorita solo hay una meta y es ganar.
Sí. ¿Y qué tan lejos te ves del título? Porque antes de la pelea de San Antonio todo el mundo decía que Chito es el siguiente, Chito es el siguiente. ¿Crees que consigues una victoria acá y ya estás en esa conversación nuevamente?
Es muy probable. Todos sabemos cómo funciona esto, ¿no? Ganas un par de peleas y te conviertes invencible para el público. Después medio pierdes por una decisión y como que se olviden de ti, pero es como lidias con eso, ¿no? Yo realmente no estoy viendo mucho quién en serio está con el hype o eso, porque eso va y viene mucho, ¿no? Al final del día hay que mantener y estoquear esas victorias porque eso es lo que realmente te va a mantener ahí y te va a dar el cinturón.
Sí. Y ya lo hablaste en inglés, pero si nos puedes explicar en español, ¿qué pasó ahí en San Antonio contra Corey Sandhagen? Porque muchas personas decían, ese no es el Chito que conocemos, ¿no? El Chito que conocemos marcha hacia adelante, castiga, le gusta guerrear. Si nos puedes hablar un poquito de ese desempeño y lo que pasó ahí.
Es como lo decía, ¿no? No hay una excusa, no hubo realmente un problema, no hubo una lesión, simplemente esa noche fue como estar enfermo, no tenía como que mi pop en los golpes, no tenía como que esa explosividad para defender los derribos y simplemente no estaba ahí, era como que mi mente estaba, como que yo veía las cosas y decía, aquí voy a hacer lo que normalmente hago y como que se desvanecía la energía y yo decía, era raro, fue un sentimiento muy raro, era como que si alguien me estaba jalando y no me dejaba trabajar, pero eh, fu- así es la vida, ¿qué se puede hacer?
Sí. Oye, y por último, danos una predicción del evento estelar, obviamente una pelea pues, de campeonato súper importante para tu categoría.
Yo creo que en papel Starling debería agarrarlo y graplearlo y dudo que tenga el cardio que tenemos nosotros para poder estar parte y pelea, parte y pelea, parte y pelea. Pero por otro lado, si él sí tiene ese golpe de sorpresa, ese finta y tira un par fuerte, pero hay que ver qué pasa, ¿no? Yo me inclino un poco más por Starling, pero realmente es como que mitad, ya que Starling ha dicho que se va a ir y todo eso, y todo eso significa que ya está cansado de cortar peso y hay que ver si no llega a esta pelea como que sin muchas ganas. Hay que ver.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Chito por acá, perdón, ¿cómo estás? Bueno, quería preguntarte también, ¿cómo, tomando en cuenta que se ha hablado mucho aquí en el salón, porque antes estuvo Pedro Muñoz estuvo ahí arriba, de lo parecidos que son ustedes como peleadores, de que a los dos les gusta más estar parado e intercambiar golpes, y de que también los dos tienen buena mandíbula, buena quijada y son buenos para aguantar golpes? ¿Cómo visualizas tú o cómo ves tu pelea del sábado ante Pedro, sobre todo en el primer round, desde el inicio?
Pues yo creo que simplemente tengo que ser el peleador más inteligente, tomar mejores decisiones, ¿no? Él ha hecho una buena carrera usando su mentón, usando como que su durabilidad para pelear, pero yo por otro lado tengo buen mentón, pero trato de no usarlo, ¿no? Entonces, la clave en esta pelea es ser más inteligente, ¿no? A tocar, moverse y buscar la forma de ganar, porque yo no estoy planeando entrar ahí e intercambiar con él. Mi plan es diferente, así que yo sé que no, como que tal vez nos puedan comparar, pero somos dos peleadores muy distintos y en mi opinión soy el peleador más inteligente y más joven.
Tomando en cuenta que también, aparte de tu pelea con Pedro Muñoz, también va a estar peleando Aljo, por supuesto, con Sugar Sean. ¿Qué tanto crees que pueda cambiar el panorama de la división de peso gallo después de este día sábado?
Yo creo que una victoria me puede posicionar en el ranking, me podría ayudar a subir un par de posiciones, pero en caso que eso no pase, yo creo que ganar me tiene ahí parqueado para esperar por una pelea por el título.
Gracias, Chito.
Gracias a ti.
Marlon, right here. Just it's been 3 years since you and Sean O'Malley fought each other, which is kind of crazy to think about. But for you, watching his fights, how have you seen him maybe grow and change since you guys stepped in the cage together?
I mean, he's a he's a great fighter. You know, he have good pop in the hands. He moves well. In my understanding, his jiu-jitsu is pretty good, but I just haven't seen him in front of like like good competition, right? Like in terms of styles, you know, you can fight number one guy, but how you get to the number one spot, right? Who you beat before the fight? I mean, before his fight with Jan, he poked Pedro in the eye, right? And that's not Pedro's fault. And then before that, all the guys he fought was like they were so this match in terms of like level. Like when he fought the green haired kid, I mean that guy was a punching bag, tough kid. But how many fights he got in the UFC? 2 fights, and then he got stopped in his second chance. So it's like when you see the caliber and competition in front of you, like I mean, why you never fought a guy like Son Yadong or Font or Sanhagen? So it's like it's hard to really see what you made of when you're just fighting guys that are they're supposed to just get in there and take a couple shots and just fall because that's what most of his opponents did. I mean, Eddie won and God bless the guy. He got great career, but fuck, he's been KO like 20 times. I mean, it's just hard to really see what's on him because the only really few guys that he fought, he either lost or get a no contest, and then the Yam fight, I rewatched it and it's really, I mean, I don't know how you scored that for him, but good for him again. I mean, if you can get it like that, get it. Why not?
And same for you. You know, obviously you're a veteran in this game, but that fight kind of felt like a catalyst for you, and you've beaten some very talented fighters since there. So how does that fight maybe, you know, do you look at that as like a fight that maybe kind of propelled you a little bit at all, or you know, was it just another fight?
For me, it was just another fight. I feel like it gave me like kind of like more eyes on the TikTok world, on the YouTube world, but I mean, you know, that's what it is. I feel the fight that really set me up for all this greatness and all these good things happening in my life is the Frankie Edgar KO in MSG. That's when really my life changed. And you know, beating O'Malley was just beating a contender series guy that was kind of popular. That was about it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good. Thank you, guys.
Sean. Obviously, this is seen as the biggest fight week of your career, but I'm curious, as you land in Boston, you're going through fight week, does it feel that much bigger, or is this, hey, I've done this before and I know what to expect?
Feels very similar to my last few fights. I feel like all my last few fights were big deals, especially that Peter fight. So this feels, very similar.
You've been a guy who has envisioned his own career, sort of every step that you've taken. You've seen it and then you've done it. How cool is it, however, to actually see yourself on billboards around town knowing that you're fighting for a world title?
Yeah, I've been getting, saying this a lot lately, but it just feels like it's meant to be right now. It's like, this is my time. I've seen this kind of playing out over my career. I said before, I even fought Alfred on the Contender Series that, I'm going to be that dude. I'm going to be fighting, main events, world titles, pay-per-views, and now it's here. So it's not like a big surprise to me. I knew I'd put in the work, beat the guys I needed to beat, and I'd be here. But yeah, it's still really cool to see, on the billboards and, main event. It's awesome.
I wanted to touch on something you said there. Alex Volkanovski gave his breakdown of this fight the other day, and he said something interesting. He said, sometimes when you're watching a fighter's story, it just sort of feels like there's a way it's meant to go. And he says, like, hey, Aljamain on paper looks like he wins this fight, but something about you has this sort of like momentum, and this is where we're headed. Do you feel that way going into Saturday night? Like there's kind of a touch of destiny, like I'm meant to win the world title here, so I'm just going to go out and do it.
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said no. It definitely feels like it's playing out that way, but I still have to get into an octagon with Aljamain Sterling, the best bantamweight of all time, and do that magic. I still have to go out there and perform it and do what it's all kind of looking like it's supposed to happen. I'm going to go out there and put his lights out. I still got to go out there and do it, and I'm 100% capable of that, and that's where I get that confidence from.
You've mentioned that he's the greatest bantamweight in UFC history a few times in the build-up to this. I think you might be the first person to outright come out and say it. I think everyone's saying he's one of. What do you think the distinction is that makes him the best of all time?
Who's better?
I guess the argument would be Dom Cruz.
I don't see it.
Fair enough. Is this a wrestler versus striker match that everyone says it is?
Yeah, hard to not say that one. I do see that striker versus grappler matchup is a very accurate way to. I mean, even if you look at statistically speaking from all of our fights, this is a striker versus grappler matchup. I am going to keep it on the feet. He wants to take it to the ground. It's no secret.
Is the only way you can win this fight by knockout, or can you beat him over decision by just playing it long, keeping him rangy, and not letting him get his hands around your waist?
Yeah, 100%. That is a possibility. I go into every fight with the mindset of two things. I want to put this dude's lights out, but I'm also mentally, physically prepared for 25 minutes. So me winning a decision is there. There's possibility to that.
The hair color. Obviously, you always try and associate it with what's going on. Can you please talk us through the multicolored blessing we get today?
Yeah, I'm doing the Sweet Sweat collab. I'm sure you guys seen my name on the octagon, bright pink. But yeah, I'm doing a Sweet Sweat collab, and this is kind of the colors of the packaging. So that's kind of where we got that inspiration from.
Nice. Last one from me. If Aljamain Sterling is the best bantamweight of all time, you beating him on Saturday, what does that make you?
I mean, I'm not good at math, but you basically just said it.
Sean, over here to your left. So LJ has been saying a lot lately that the UFC gave you a year so you could prepare and get better at your grappling, your wrestling, and all that. What's your response to that?
Yeah, they all, they said, hey, Henry's going to fight Aljo. I said, all right, cool. I'm going to, I wasn't not hurting for money like some of these guys have to turn around and fight again real quick. I'm balling. So I was like, all right, sweet. I'll, take this time, improve, enjoy life, and I'll fight when the time's right. August 19th in Boston sounds like, sounds like a good time.
When you faced off with him after he beat Cejudo, you said you better be better than that. But this week you've kind of changed a little bit, saying like, you're really impressed with his skills in that. So like, why the change?
Well, I do. His skills are. He's beat the guys he's beat TJ, beat Henry, beat Peter, beat Corey. Like the guy is. There's no. He's as good. He's that good. I'm just saying he better. There was a lot of mistakes, a lot of opportunities. Henry's. He's like this tall. He was cracking him. I think he landed a head kick. I think he hopped up and landed a head kick. So I'm just saying you better not. Make those same mistakes against me because I will put your lights out. I snipe people.
One of the things that been talked about is that he's defended the belt, he's fought for the title, He's fought main events. He's fought 25 minutes, all things that you really haven't. So obviously he's looking at as a big advantage. I'm sure you're disagreeing with that. Talk about that.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, if he's fought 5-5s and he's, I haven't fought 5-5s. There's probably, you could say, an advantage to have doing that before. That's, my plan is to not even let it get to that point. But yeah, I mean, technically, he's done that. I haven't. Probably be an advantage.
Well, with the extra 2 rounds, how you change your training, just to make sure you can go 25.
Add 2 rounds to everything. It's it's basically like getting in 2 fights in one night. So just adding 2 rounds to sparring, strength and conditioning, hitting mitts, grappling, just adding those extra 2 rounds. Sucks, by the way. 5-5s is like not fun.
And my last question, obviously, you have a huge fan base. I'm assuming in Boston, last name O'Malley, you have a lot of fans. But of course, with that, top guys also have the people who don't like him. A lot of people saying you shouldn't have won your last fight, or you didn't deserve this. You win, you're the champion. What's your response to those guys?
I don't really have a response to them. I'll probably, try to defend my title in December in Vegas. That's, I don't really care what people say. It doesn't really affect me. I like kind of being the underdog, being doubted. Going into this fight, I don't really have much pressure on my shoulder. He's the bantamweight GOAT. He's on a 9-fight win streak, and he's saying I haven't even earned this shot. How stupid will he look when I go out there and knock him out, and not even have earned being in that position and putting his lights out? Makes him look real stupid.
Over here, Sean. Considering that win or lose, it is known that there's a possibility Aljo leaves the division. How do you think this changes the landscape more specifically if you win, and also considering that other people like Merab will now be able to fight for a title since he had that whole non-fight thing with Aljo?
Yeah, I go out there, knock him out. He moves up to 45. Boom. I carry on what he was doing in the division, taking people out. He goes out there and wins and moves up to 45. I'm the last person to fight for the belt. I'm the champ either way. So I like this situation. It's a win-win for me.
Can I ask, from an analyst standpoint, what are your thoughts, and leaving any animosity on the side, what are your thoughts on the Chito Vera and Pedro Munhoz fight, and how do you see that fight developing?
God, I want to be like, it'll be exciting, but I'm just, for some reason, I feel like it's going to be so boring. I feel like it's just going to be, Pedro kind of not wanting to engage on the outside, trying to kick his legs. Cheeto's, we saw his last performance against Corey. I'd like to, there's a possibility it could be a very exciting fight. I just don't. I feel like it might be really boring.
Do you see who do you see winning?
I'm hoping Chito wins. Me versus Chito rematch, December, Vegas, title defense. That sounds wonderful. I love that. So ideally Chito.
Thank you.
Sean, over here. Aljo had said recently that you guys made a $100 bet on who shoots the first takedown. Is that
who
true?
Gets the first takedown?
Or who gets the first takedown? Oh, really?
Yeah.
When did that? How did that all develop, and what made you so confident in taking that bet?
He messaged me. Well, I messaged him on Instagram when I saw him at the fights in Tennessee. He was looking a little nervous on the camera, so I just let him know, "Hey, dude, saw you. You weren't looking too good." And he said, "I want to make a bet. First one to get takedown gets $100." And then $100 is a lot of money to him. So for me, I mean, I fucking sneeze out $100. So he was, I'm sure it made him a little excited.
When you say that you saw nerves on television, like what made you think that, and is that necessarily a bad thing heading into a big fight like this?
No, I don't really think he looked nervous. I just message him. He looked the same. But yeah, no, I don't know if he's nervous. I know he's worried about the unknown. I mean, you got to be a little bit going into a fight. You just don't know what's going to happen. But I mean, you've seen how I've knocked people out. You don't want to be on the other end of that. You don't want to. That changes people's careers when you get knocked out that way. You're like, man, I didn't really know people could be that fast. It's possible.
Bantamweight's always been like a super deep and loaded division, and it's co-main evented a lot. Doesn't often get the main event slot. It's happened a couple times this year, but considering the rich history in this division and how deep it's been, is this, in your opinion, the biggest bantamweight title fight of all time?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to gauge how big this fight is being in the main event. Usually all my fights feel pretty big. As just a fan taking myself out of it, and usually I can get a good idea. Like if there's a pay-per-view, I'm like, this one's I'm watching the embed. I'm excited. And then there's some pay-per-views I'm not really. So it's hard for me to be on the other end of that and see how big this one is. But yeah, I mean, so I don't know.
Sean, real quick over here. Regarding you wanting Chito to win and hopefully that be your first title defense in December, is it just because that is the only loss on your record, or is there something more to that?
It's just the rematch needs to happen. Everyone, I mean, even Cheeto himself truly knows he didn't. That wasn't a win. So I think that's just it comes down to who else would it be really? Like I've always wanted to get that one back, and they're like, why don't you rematch him right away? And I'm like, well, I'll do it when the time is right. But the only reason I would give Cheeto that title shot is because it's who else would it be? Merab's out, Corey's out. Yeah, I mean, who else would it be?
And then to keep the train going for according to like the pay-per-view buys and whatnot. This event, are you excited? This is your first UFC main event as far as like a pay-per-view goes. Are you excited to kind of prove your star power and put it to a test to see like how it does and how it does with you as a headliner?
Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely going through my mind. Is kind of like that I've always wanted to be, and I've said it a lot early on, a pay-per-view king. And I don't necessarily think this one's going to do the most insane numbers. It's not quite there yet. It's building. We're on track for that. I think this one will do very, very well. Aljo's best pay-per-view. I mean, it's just got to beat Henry versus Aljo, which, come on. But I think this one will do really, really well. I think me versus whoever I fight in Vegas will do insane.
Thank you.
Sean, right next to him. You mentioned the hair and the sponsor, but you're very introspective. Like, how long does that process take when they're doing it? And is that just a chance for you to think? Do you think about fighting? Do you decompress and not think about it? Are you talking on your phone? What's that process like?
A little bit of everything. The first day was about 4.5 hours. So yeah, I'm watching some YouTube videos, doing some business calls, just breathing, just kind of chilling. And then the next day, 2.5, 3 hours. So a little bit of everything, chit chat here and there. But yeah.
Do you visualize the fight, or that's not the time for it?
Sometimes I don't really necessarily pick times to visualize the fight. Like if you start thinking about it a little bit, get into it. But yeah, I might not have. I don't know.
On a lighter note, Aljamain was out here earlier that we talked about 288 when Merab had your jacket on. I know it's an intense moment, but looking back on it, do you see some humor in that, or was that something you didn't find funny?
No, I thought it was silly. I thought. I mean, I didn't recognize Merab. How funny is that? I thought he was just a fucking worker. I handed Merab my jacket. Like, that's hilarious. I didn't know who Merab was. That's funny. I find it very funny.
Thank you.
And Sean right here on your right. Going off of that, it sounds like Merab put out something yesterday saying that he's back training, like indicating that he could be ready for a fight soon. So going off of what you just said about Cheeto, like is the Merab fight, and given your history with the jacket and everything, like are you interested in that fight or?
I mean, if you asked me what fight was bigger, me versus Cheeto rematch or versus me versus Merab, I mean, I'm pretty sure we could all agree on which one's bigger. I'm in the fight business. I've been saying that. I've never been afraid to say that. This is a business to me. Who makes more money, me versus Merab or me versus Cheeto? It's very simple to me.
It seems like a lot of the people that are detractors of you, critics of you, kind of take exception to that. They're like, oh, he's not necessarily won, 5 top 10 fights and stuff like that. But hearing you up here, you're talking about how there's no weight on your shoulders, how you're happy financially, you're doing well. So do you think people just have the wrong idea about like what you're doing to get to this point?
Yeah, everyone that's talking a little bit of shit is all broke. Like those guys are just not rich. You know what I mean? It's simple. They're just jealous. There's nothing other than jealousy coming from their lips.
And last thing, just stemming off of that, what kind of advice would you maybe give to younger fighters who would be put in a similar position on Contender Series? How do they maximize that sort of that path, something similar to what you did?
I'd say make sure when you get these managers' contracts, you guys read them and look through them. Have a lawyer look through them. Don't just sign just because these guys say I can get you in the UFC. They're taking 20% of your purse. They're taking your win bonus. They're taking your fight bonus, performance bonus. I would be very, very skeptical on signing their contracts. You could sign with a manager, but make sure you have stuff in there, that's fair to you, because none of these contracts are fair to the fighters, and these managers know that these fighters aren't going to read it. We're fighters for a reason. So I would be very, very careful with these guys that are really close to the UFC.
Sean, I just wanted to go off that. You've obviously made a statement recently that MMA managers are no good, and you're going to prove that. Has a specific incident happened that makes you want to pick up this cause, or is it just you've felt this way for a long time and now you're fighting for a title? It's the profile to do it.
No, there's been a couple instances more recent, yeah. I feel like I could if we wanted to get into that subject, then I'm gonna release it all kind of when the time is right. But yeah, mostly just being careful with these guys. They're not good at their jobs. They'll manipulate you, and I want to say more. I do, but we'll save it for the right time.
I'll leave you with one more then, just because if you wanted to save it for the right time. Do you think it's a problem that it's like a low barrier to entry? Anyone can be an MMA manager, so they're just not necessarily skilled in the workplace? Or is it that a lot of these guys, through their job, have just become too close to promotion and as such cannot represent the fighter as effectively as possible?
A little bit of both. You meet scumbags in all levels of life. You could be broke and you could have broke scumbag friends. You could have a lot of money and then those rich, there's high level scumbags out there. And they're good at they're good at being scumbags. They're good at that. And yeah.
Sean, so obviously your backstory is very fascinating. You're originally from Montana, and MMA is pretty scarce there. Not a lot of guys coming out of Montana. Big moment for you this weekend. Just as you get to kind of reflect on your journey, how were you able to do it? Like, what was the biggest catalyst for you to get to this point?
Yeah, I remember when I was 16 years old, I just went and started kickboxing, boxing, and just kind of sparring. And just kind of had this natural ability. And I think some people are truly born knowing how to fight. And I found that, and I became obsessed with it. And I don't even remember your question, but yeah.
Just that path and journey, and finding the right way, and just was it kind of your passion for the sport? Like, is that maybe what was your biggest reason to get to this point? You would maybe credit.
Yeah, before I found fighting, I wanted to be in the NFL because I wanted to be rich and famous. Realized real quick that I was 5'11", 100 pounds. So I realized that wasn't realistic. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. Then I found fighting. I'm like, this is it. This is it. I'm going to be, I'm gonna make money. This is how I do it. And it's literally all played out damn near perfect.
Being from Montana, do you carry any pride just knowing where you come from? And just like I said, there's not a lot of guys coming from there. You and Tim both are kind of making it right now. Do you carry any pride just knowing that that's where you guys come from?
Yeah, I think being from Montana was a huge role. I mean, even just like my first couple coaches early on, Johnny Aho would tell me if I had to fight GSP, I'd beat him, and I was delusional. I'm like, hell yeah, I would. So I was knocking people out at an early age at 16, 17, 18. I was all in Montana fighting. There was times I fought 3 times in a month. So we were, and being in Montana, they didn't have a commission. We could fight, like I said, 3 times a month. We could kickbox and go to an MMA fight. There was it was a little bit sketchy in a sense, but we could fight all the time. So you don't see that anymore. You don't really see that from these different promotions, and I was so being from Montana was a massive part of my career. I gained a ton of confidence down there, gained a ton of experience. I had 14 amateur fights, and I moved to the lab, and people were like trying to get their second amateur fight, and I was had so much experience, which definitely gave me a huge advantage.
You have a lot of fans, obviously, kind of globally, but just that support you get from Montana, is that pretty special to you?
Yeah, it's where I'm from. I grew up there. It kind of molded who I was, being from Helena, Montana. It's a small town. I thought it was a good place to grow up.
You and Tim, obviously, being from there, and your guys' relationship is so interesting because coach and fighter aren't always best friends, but you guys seem to be. Just what can you say about what he's done for your career and just your relationship?
Yeah, and again, it's crazy how my life's played out. The fact that Tim came back to Great Falls to commentate a fight card because he was already in Bellator at the time, and I was on the fight card, and he had watched me fight when I was 16 years old, and I didn't meet him, but he came back to commentate a fight, and I was fighting this college wrestler, and I armbarred him, and I knew literally one armbar off my back, a basic armbar, and the dude took me down, was beating me up, and I armbarred him. I felt his elbow pop, and that was when Tim approached me at the after party, and he said, hey, if you want to come down to Phoenix and train at a real gym, you can come. I called him the next day. I'm like, hey, I got my flight booked. And he's like, whoa, chill. But yeah, that just meeting Tim, and then obviously what he's done for me in my career is just, it's crazy to think about.
Last one for me is just obviously your family, and you mentioned Johnny Aho, some of your old coaches in Montana who've been there kind of since day one. Your siblings working with you as well down in Phoenix. Just what have they all meant throughout this journey? Your family, your old coaches. Just what can you say about their impact on you?
Yeah, I moved to Phoenix. I was there for like 7-8 years before my family came down, and I had made enough money to where I basically said, hey, Like, you guys can move down. You got somewhere for you to stay. I can employ you, and I got pretty much my entire family down there. My dad's the last one staying in Montana, but we're gonna get him down there. But yeah, it was really cool to be able to be in this position to give them opportunities to move out of Helena, Montana. I feel like just moving out of the state you're from is important in life.
Thanks, Sean.
Sean over here.
Hey, Sean, how are you? What do you expect the pop to be for you on Saturday night? I know this is your first time in a pay-per-view main event, but have you felt any buzz in the city, and what are you expecting from a fan reaction when you make that walk?
Yeah, for me, it's very important that I come out calm. That energy, I'll store it in my veins, and I'll let it loose when I need to. But it's important for me to be calm mentally, physically. My mind can be calm but sharp at the same time, ready to snipe him in the chin. But yeah, when I make that walk, it'll be I'll use that energy. I'll store it inside of me, and I'll use it when I need to.
And Mario Bautista talked about your strong work ethic when he was up here earlier. How special would it be for both of you guys to come away with wins on Saturday night? And do you have anything to say about Mario as a teammate?
Mario is the fucking man. One of the coolest dudes, hardest working guys, and it breaks my heart that Cody Garbrandt had to pull out because Mario, earned that big name. Yeah, Cody's on a 16-fight losing streak, but it would have still been a really good win to go out there and put his lights out, which he would have. Mario would have dominated that fight. But I'm glad they were able to find him someone. But they couldn't say enough good things about Mario. Just like we both moved to Arizona around the same time as amateurs and kind of turned pro around the same time. Got in UFC, kind of doing our thing. So to see Mario on the same card is awesome. Marcus just won, another training partner of ours. Kyler won the week before that. We got a bunch of killers at the MMA lab in Tim's gym in Arizona. It's we got a good squad, but yeah, Mario's the man.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean, right here. Right here. So Aljo was in here earlier, and he kind of took a jab. He said, if I get the win on Saturday,
The only jab he'll throw on me.
maybe I'll go out there and celebrate my victory by drinking a couple of Happy Dads, and maybe
Damn
the
right.
Milk Boys will celebrate with me and not Sean O'Malley. I know the boys have flown in to see you this week. You guys have done the pod, so I just wanted your thoughts on that comment.
I'll be there too, baby. Win or lose, we booze. Johnny Manziel, right? No, yeah, I'm not. This isn't. It's, if Aljo goes out there and beats me, what am I gonna be mad at him? This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to go out there and fight. I'm not. I know I have this a thing around me. I don't know how to lose. I don't accept losses. It depends, how it happens. He goes out there and beats me fair and square. There's no, I'm not gonna be mad at him. There's no. It's not like that. So, yeah. I mean, if he wants to party with the boys, we'll party with the boys. Maybe I'll knock him out when he's drunk. No, shucks. Yep. Thank you, guys.
Oh, that was quick. All right, see you guys next time.
Hey, Neil. No. Yeah, we just got to make sure the cameras are on, So after the win in Jacksonville, this fight with Garry was something you were interested in. And while he feels he got what he wanted, you could technically say that you kind of got what you wanted too. So how did you react to getting the call to step in on short notice and fight Ian?
Man, it was great. I mean, even before I got the call, I was preparing for this fight anyway. I was initially supposed to be here just coaching this weekend for Austin Hubbard. So when the offer came through to actually fight this week, I was like, hell yeah, that's just icing on the cake for me. Because I knew the matchup was on the card. Something I've always done throughout my UFC career is always watch the upcoming fights to just kind of be ready in case one fight were to shift one way or another. So we had to jump in and take advantage of a short notice opportunity. And for this fight, I was kind of doing the same. I remember jokingly telling Austin, like, hey man, I know I'm gonna be there for your fight on August 19th or whatever, but just in case, I'm gonna keep my weight low in case something happens or whatever. And sure enough, I got the call within about 7 days to take the fight, and I was stoked for it. Like, hell yeah, let's go, let's make it happen.
Ian, as you probably know, has said a lot. He's done a lot in the build to not just this fight with you, but even with Jeff. He wore the mugshot T-shirt, said he's sort of carrying this card in the build to it. He's the biggest star on it. It's not technically the way you promote and sell fights, but what do you make of the way Ian has been kind of promoting and the trash talk, stuff like that? How do you feel about it?
I feel great. He's doing what he has to do to sell the card. At the end of the day, he's promoting the card. There's going to be an ass whooping that takes place on Saturday night. I'll be very happy to give him that ass whooping. So he wants to carry on and wear mug shots and do whatever else. Great, have at it. Do all the work. Go out there, do what you got to do. But come Saturday night, I'm going to have a time of my life when I'm beating on him. So I'm looking forward to that part.
He respects that you have such longevity in the sport, that you've had 30 or so UFC fights, but he feels like this is not going to be a competitive fight at all. He's going to manipulate you. He put the palm out in the air and said you're just going to kind of walk into it and he's going to do whatever he tells you to do, essentially. Your response to that and where your confidence is at stylistically with Ian?
I feel great. I mean, honestly, over the years, I've done this literally dozens of times. I mean, this is not my first rodeo fighting a guy who's undefeated, a younger opponent, whatever else you can name it. I've been there, done that kind of thing. So he should have all the confidence in the world. He should feel like he's come in there and have a great night. It's up to me to go out there and like literally show him like, no, you made a huge mistake. You got a lot of growing to do. Put a beating on him. I mean, there's like. There's almost like different levels to assholes that come out. There's the whooping that you give somebody in high school, like, or in grade school. So when he tough on my mom, and you put the beat him on there. And there's a whooping that you give your son now, like to kind of teach him life a little bit. And being a father, I've become quite accustomed to that kind of whooping now, and that's kind of what I'm looking forward to giving on Saturday. I mean, I know he's out there, he's very cocky, he's feeling himself, everything else like that. But every once in a while, as dad, you got to step in like, hey, settle down, son. I got this. You got some growing to do. I'm looking forward to go out there doing just that.
I want to ask you about this because we talked about how much of a veteran you are in the UFC, and last month we found out that Michel Pereira missed weight in preparation for his fight with Stephen Thompson, and Stephen made the choice to just not fight him because he had been through that before with Darren Till, and he lost a close split decision, didn't really want to do that again at this point in his career. What did you think about that? About Stephen just saying, nah, thanks, but no thanks?
I mean, you're talking to a guy who tried to fight Daniel Cormier on a week's notice. So for me to turn down a fight for 3 pounds, like, just something that's not going to happen. But at the end of the day, to each his own. Every man is different. If he felt like it wasn't the right decision for him to make at this point in his career for his own longevity, his own whatever, more power to him. But like, it's just one of those things that it's very difficult where, and it's at the end of the day, I want to be a fighter's fighter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if a fighter makes a choice that's best for him, I want to be able to support that decision no matter what, especially when it comes to like how you view it in the public and that kind of thing. So if he made a decision to not fight because he felt that it would be something that was going to work against him because of the weight discrepancy, whatever else it may be, I wouldn't be able to support that. But as a fighter myself, it's a very hard decision for me to see myself making where I would turn down a fight because of 3 pounds.
Last thing for me, I know you're focused on Ian and focused on your fight on Saturday, but big fight in the main event, Aljamain Sterling versus Sean O'Malley. Put the analyst hat on. Your thoughts on the matchup? Who do you think gets it done?
I mean, honestly, that's the fight that I'm just happy to be done with my fight and be able to enjoy that fight at the end of the day. Because honestly, like analysis has, like I like both guys. I'm a fan of both guys. I hope that both guys do very well. The winner of that fight most likely fight a team of mine, Corey Sandhagen. So for me, like that's the bigger picture. It's like, all right, cool. Whoever wins, great. Congratulations. But the winner gets Corey Sandhagen. That's more so what I'm more so excited about. So good luck to both men. I'll be sitting back enjoying it as a fan. Hope they go out there and have a great fight.
Neil, over here to your left. Neil, over to your left.
On the left.
Obviously, we weren't expecting to speak with you, a week ago, but that's what you do. You're a true BMF. You're always stepping up, taking fights on a week's notice. Are you ever not ready to take a fight on short notice?
I mean, honestly, like the question would be, am I ever actually ready for a fight? Like I know this fight came together on a week's notice, but in reality, based off everything else that took place in my life over the last 7 months or so, I feel like I'm better prepared for this fight than I was my last two fights earlier this year. Life itself has taken a toll on me over the last couple months, and I feel like now I'm finally in a place of like clarity where I'm able to like go out there and actually focus on the fight itself and not feel like I have all this baggage and everything else weighing on my shoulders going into the fight. Right now, like literally the only job I have is to go out there, corner Austin Hubbard, turn right back around, go out there and have a great fight of my own. And having those only two things to worry about going into a fight, I feel like that's going to allow me to have one of the best performances ever, especially after the last 7 months for me. I mean, this is a great opportunity, a great lineup, a great matchup. Everything is lined for this fight. We can go out there and do great.
So when he was here, obviously he has a very big personality. He was a little meaner than they've kind of hinted at. He called you irrelevant. What's your response to that?
I mean, to each his own. Say what you want to say, but Saturday night, I'm going to literally, I won't even say beat. I'm going to spank that ass. It's literally look like a dad taking to his son. That's what it's gonna look like, and like it kind of excites me. Like you know what I mean? Like it's one of those things. Like everyone's only as good as the last fight. My last fight was split decision win. So I'm sure some people sit back and look at it like, oh, like that fight wasn't the greatest. The fight was this, the fight was that. But at the end of the day, like I know what I was going through during that time through that fight, and I know how much that fight meant to me. I know where I'm at mentally now and what I'm capable of. And Saturday night is going to be almost hysterical watching him cry. Like it's gonna be that fun for me. Like it's gonna be a great opportunity.
So obviously you've had an incredible run in the UFC. You know, you've beaten some really good fighters, but you've also had some lows. What do you think you have to do so you have a lot more of those highs and less of the lows?
The biggest thing, just getting my life to line across the board. I mean, there's no way I can like live one way outside of the gym, outside my professional career, and then like not expect those things to take a toll on what I'm gonna perform like on fight night. I mean, some of the things that I've had to overcome throughout fight weeks or even going into a fight, like most people are cashing their chips, nonetheless, not even like want to show up and actually compete that day. But I fought through it all, and I fought through some of the lowest of lows, and it's like it has nothing to do with the fight itself. I mean, at the end of the day, I've been knocked out, I've been choked out, I've lost a decision, I lost every possible you can think of. But the actual things that I've had to like overcome and endure throughout life itself doesn't compare to what the fight game actually brings out of me. So right now, where I feel like everything else is lining up my life, things are finally kind of shaping up to be where I want it to be, so to speak. Going out there and fighting is one of the easiest things I do in my life right now. Like it's literally like, oh really? I get to go out there on Saturday night and fight some young up and coming cocky guy. Like sign me up. I'll do it twice. Like sign me up next week again for another fight against him if you want to. I feel like I'm that confident. I'm that sure of myself. I'm that comfortable where I'm at right now, both mentally, physically, emotionally. So whatever comes my way at this point Saturday night, I'm ready for.
Yeah, and my last question for you: when we talk to future fans of the UFC 20, 30 years from now, and your name gets brought up, what do you want people to say about you? What do you want your legacy to be?
The biggest thing for me when it comes to there is just like this is my work ethic that speaks for itself. Like if you look at my UFC career, I was never the biggest, I was never the fastest, never the strongest, but I was one of the most hardworking guys throughout the sport, and that spoke for itself. I mean, you take a step further. I never even had a guy to make a call for me when it came to getting signed to the UFC. I didn't even have a manager to go out there and make that call for me. It took me flying out to Las Vegas 4 times, trying for the Ultimate Fighter, getting cut 3 times to finally make the cut. And get an opportunity to do it. So like just how consistent I've been over the years, how hard I was willing to work and how much I was willing to endure to get to where I'm at now is the biggest takeaway for me. So it's not necessarily like who you know or anything else like that. It's just how hard you're willing to go out there and chase what is it you want. And I'm living proof of that. Even so now, I still don't have a person I can call and say, hey, can you give me this fight? I really want this fight. It's literally up to me to go out there and make it happen. So I feel like anyone else that comes behind me could do the exact same thing for themselves. Thank you. Good luck. And done. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Zhang, welcome back to Boston. I know how much the city means to you. The last time you were here, you got to meet Tom Brady a few years back, and I know how excited you were about that. But now you get to defend the title in Boston. How excited are you to make the walk on Saturday?
欢迎你来到波士顿，而且回到波士顿。他记得你上次来过，还见着了汤姆·布雷迪那橄榄球的四分卫，然后这次又能够来到波士顿来卫冕自己的冠军，你觉得这次的感觉如何？这场比赛和这趟波士顿之行对你多重要？
我觉得来到这儿很开心，来到波士顿很开心，因为我19年的时候来这边看过一场比赛，然后这边的观众都非常的热情，然后这边天气我也很喜欢。来到这儿以后，连着看我从窗外看到下2天雨了，然后我非常非常喜欢下雨，喜欢这样天气，然后也喜欢这里观众。
Yeah, I'm very happy can be Boston again. I've been here in 2019 to watch a fight, and the atmosphere here is amazing. It's unbelievable, and I like the weather here too. You know, since I came to here, there are 2 raining days. I like raining days. So yeah, I like this city. It's beautiful. It's amazing.
A lot of people thought your first title defense would be against Yan Xiaonan after Yan beat Jessica Andrade, and the UFC went this direction with Amanda. Were you surprised by that decision, or did you expect Amanda to be your next opponent?
所以啊，很多人期待你的第一次卫冕，其实有人觉得会是打严小南，因为他之前 KO 了安德拉德嘛，但是后来呢，紧接着就爆出是你要跟拉莫斯打卫冕战，所以对于这个安排，你是有感到意外吗？还是你怎么看？
我没有感到意外，因为这个安排是很早以前就定下来了，是从莱蒙斯跟那个罗里克斯打完以后，然后我打完比赛以后，其实这个已经配上队了，但是一直就是看时间的问题。
Yeah, I'm not surprised about this match at all because we start working on this fight very earlier than Yan's fight. So since after my last fight and Lemos beat Marina, so then we just start working on this fight. We just working on some details like the date, the location. But yeah, we start work on this fight earlier than Yan win Jessica Andrade.
I asked Amanda about this earlier, but this fight, to me and a lot of other people, they feel like it's flying under the radar with the main event being so heated. Feel like this fight is kind of sneaking up on people?
他觉着这场比赛感觉，因为这次292这个主赛是策灵对那个奥麦利，他感觉他们俩的风头好像有点太大了，有点让这场你跟拉莫斯这场比赛受到关注好像相对少一些。你有这种感觉吗？
我没有这种感觉，我觉得大家也非常关注这场比赛，也有很多中国的粉丝也非常非常关注我的这场比赛。对，可能在美国，然后大家可能更关注头条，关注斯林跟蜜糖的比赛，但是在中国，然后关注我的比赛非常非常多。
I don't feel that way because you know what I feel is there are still a lot of people focused and concerned about my fight. Especially in China, a lot of people follow this fight. They want to watch this fight. Of course, I know maybe in the U.S. more people gonna concern about like O'Malley and Sterling's fight. But yeah, I do feel there's still a lot of people that want to watch our fights.
Amanda feels like she's being overlooked, and she feels like she said, I believe the exact words were, she has advantages over you across the board. So wanted to get your thoughts on what she said, that she's better than you everywhere across the board.
他之前问那个拉莫斯，拉莫斯老觉得他自己有点被低估了。他说他觉着他自己其实在任何方面都比你优秀。那你怎么看他的这个想法？
那就这周六笼子里看吧。
Let's see Saturday in the octagon. Then we'll have the answer.
Last thing. Obviously, you're going to be setting the table for 2 title fights. The main event, we have Aljamain Sterling versus Sean O'Malley. Who do you think wins that fight?
主赛，斯特林跟奥麦利，你觉得他们俩谁能赢？
其实这事儿吧，这个事儿，其实我很少去预测对手的，然后去预测比赛，因为我觉得在8角笼里什么都有可能发生，就是看谁的状态更好，谁的备战，谁的战术更好，谁的状态更好。对。
Yeah, bro, it's hard to be honest, I don't like to predict a fight. I'd rather to leave it on the Saturday night. Let's see what happened in the octagon, because there are so many X factors can dictate the result of the fight. So the game plan, the execution, who is better in that night. So I don't know. Let's see. Let's just see what happens on Saturday night.
Weili over here to your left. So Amanda was in there earlier, and we asked stylistically how you match up, and she says that she believes that she has the edge in both the striking and the grappling. Obviously, I'm assuming you disagree with that. What's your thoughts on her comments?
还是让拉莫斯之前才接受采访之后说到你们俩的风格，他觉着他在站立上呢比你强，在缠斗方面呢也比你强，所以还是想听听你怎么对于你们俩风格和技术高下的这个评论。
我觉得他很自信，然后他确实挺强的，他的这个就是特别有刚性，而且有爆发。但是我也有这样，也有这种爆发，也有这种一击必杀的能力。但是我觉得我这次想做的是，像水一样，然后不管它出现任何角度，还是出现任何空当，我都会像水一样把它包裹起来。
Yeah, I think I know Lemos is good. I admit she's a very good fighter, and she is very aggressive, and her fighting style is like she's hard hitter, hard kicker. She possesses the knockout power, but so do I. And what I want to showcase more in this fight is to fight like water. You know, I can fight very flowing, smooth, and shapeless. I can let be water just wrap her up. And even if she made any tiny mistake, I can catch it and finish her.
You mentioned that you're a big star in China. How big would a fight with you and Yan Xiaonan do if you guys headlined a card in China?
他刚才说你在国内也有很高的关注度。如果呢这场比赛过后，有可能你和严小南在中国打一场比赛，那你觉得那场比赛会是一场很盛大的比赛吗？对于中国的 MMA 观众来说，
先看这场比赛，因为我只关注我眼前的比赛。
Let's see what happens in this fight. Now I'm only focusing on this fight, this Saturday. This is what I'm focusing right now.
I know you just said that, but I got to ask you, another one added to the division is Tatiana Suarez. Is that someone she'd be interested in, in the future? And how does she think, Tatiana is as a competitor in the division?
那么关于你这个级别的另外一个竞争者就是塔提安娜·苏亚雷斯女小鹰，那你觉着她未来会成为你的一个对手吗？你有兴趣跟她在场内一决高下吗？
我觉得前5的都有可能成为我的对手，我觉得前几名都有可能成为对手。
Yeah, I think all the top 5 fighters in my division can be my potential opponent. Yeah, I think it's possible.
And one last question, someone that she's very familiar with, Rose Namajunas, moving up in weight. How does she think Rose will do up in weight?
另外呢，你的老对手罗斯升重了，升到57了，那你怎么看他在57的这个前途和表现？
看看他9月份的比赛吧，我觉得因为现在吧，就是王朝都不是特别稳定的时候，对，所以可能也这样，这对他也是一个机会。
Yeah, I think it's a new opportunity for her. So let's see what happens in September. So there are a lot of things is changing in her division, in all the divisions. So yeah, I think it brings a new opportunity for Rose.
Zhang, you mentioned your experiences in 2019 when you were here. Obviously, Boston has a rich sports tradition, but what was so special that made you want to come back and fight in Boston?
说你提到了你19年来这儿看过比赛，然后波士顿也是有一个很深厚的体育文化和气氛的城市。那你觉得这次来到波士顿比赛，那么具体到波士顿能给你带来一些什么不同的体验呢？在这儿比赛的话，
我觉得在这儿比赛有什么体验？
对，或者波士顿这座城市，你觉得还是能给你带来哪些不同的感受等等？
我觉得波士顿非常好，然后这边也有非常很好的大学，然后也有很多华人在这边读书，然后我相信这就相当于我的主场。
Yeah, I think Boston, I like here, and yeah, in Boston there are a lot of culture and history in this city. Even there are a lot of famous universities here, and there are also a lot of Chinese people here. So I believe this Saturday I can make Boston my home.
Yeah, no, I was gonna ask what kind of pop you think you're gonna get from the crowd. I think given your history of strong performances and, I mean, exciting fights, the crowd I think will really get behind you. Is that a sentiment that you feel like you'll share with the crowd there?
所以那你觉得周六的比赛观众会给你带来什么样的反响？因为通常你觉得是你自己的比赛风格，然后自己以前比赛很激烈，会让观众更支持你吗？所以你期待观众会
为我加油呐喊。对，我非常期待大家为我加油呐喊，一起喊伟力，伟力，伟力。
Yeah, what I expect is everybody in the arena will cheer for me and shout my name, Weili, 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 on this Saturday.
You've fought, you go back past 5-6 fights. You've seen a lot of familiar faces. Carla is a new face now. Amanda, what challenges does she present, and how do you expect to deal with those?
You mean Amanda, right?
Yes.
所以那拉莫斯是你一个之前没打过的一个对手，那你觉得他作为一个对手能给你带来什么样新的挑战？
我觉得他会教会我很多，因为我把我的对手每次都想成我的老师，然后我通过不断的备战、不断的努力，然后赢得比赛。我觉得每一个对手都是我的老师，我从他们身上学到很多东西，然后包括备战所有学的东西。
Yeah, I think I can learn from her a lot because for each camp, I visualize my opponent as my teacher. So I will study and learn from her, okay, what I can learn from her, and then bring it into my game. So I think for each camp, when I prepare for each new opponent, I can learn a lot from her. So at some point, I see her as a teacher of me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And speaking of Boston, Weili over here, you recently trained with Celtics coach Joe Mazzulla, and I saw you extended an invitation to him to come watch you fight on Saturday. Did he accept that? Joe Mazzulla, the Boston Celtics coach.
他说那个波士顿凯尔特人的教练，然后你之前你也跟他互动过吧，然后你也请他来看比赛，他有回应你吗？他来吗？
他来，本来的时候他因为在赛季，然后他要比赛，然后现在好像他的计划有一些变化，所以他要来。本来是来不了的，但后来他说可以来。
Yeah, he will come. He said yes because first he said no because now it's in the season, right? He is conflicted with something on his schedule, but his schedule has changed, and now he can come this Saturday.
Thank you. Thank you so much.